Peekaboo, hello. Thank you for joining anybody who's lurking in. We're doing who knows what today. Right now I'm going to sketch out some basics for a Ko-fi sketch, which will be fun. Maybe. I hope. Anyway, so what I was getting around to is with this one, what it is so he's walking, he's going for a walk because walking, and she's in the courtyard and she's a sketcher, she draws, right? And I shouldn't say she's just a sketcher, like she's got, she draws. So she's got her sketchbook out and she's working on something, and he walks by and she doesn't notice him, and he sees her, and then he sees what she's working on, and it's a sketch of him. Because she's been drawing him is the thing.
Yeah.
Because she's obsessed.
Little bit.
The walking animation. This isn't an animation. What the fuck? The walking stances tend to throw me off because I tend to either make them accidentally too active for what they're doing or not active enough.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And like their feet aren't done quite right, basically.
Oh, plus, shoes.
Shoes.
The evil of shoes. I loves them, but I hates them.
Okay, I may have to make everything invisible for a moment. Not yet.
Okay.
But because the thing, I don't actually even have it up anymore, but the thingy thing for the pin,
Yeah.
can't. Either way, whether I do the thing that I am probably really ought to do.
No, I totally understand. You've gotta keep that kind of under wraps for right now. I understand.
It's like one of those things, whether I do what I'm going to do or not, I need to keep it shush, like you said.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. Makes sensible.
So there's gonna be some random shit over here. I don't know what yet.
Oh god, I don't want to go outside.
Do you have to go outside? Do you have to go to work today?
Well, I have to go to work today, but I'm leaving my one job and it's pouring.
No!
So I was gonna make it to my car. And not kill my phone.
Yes, killing phones
please
is bad.
don't do that. We already have someone who has to replace a car engine. Please don't have to replace a phone.
Right?
No to that.
No. Solid nope.
By the way, can I just say I'm so very happy that I finally actually cut my hair.
It looks so cute!
I'm surprised at how good it came out. It was funny, I showed my dad the back, and I'm like, hey, did I get this even? And he's like, I don't know how the fuck you did that, but yes.
Okay. In car.
How in the hell did you manage to do that, child?
With a handheld mirror and a comb, using a comb as a guideline.
Wait, what'd you do?
I cut my hair again.
Oh.
Yeah, and I cut it like actual short, so I guess this is pixie cut. This is pixie cut short? Is that what this is? Is this a pixie cut? Is that what I've done?
That's probably pixie level, yeah.
Yeah, and so I did it all on my lonesome with no help from anybody. And the back, because like one side of my neck has hair that grows like halfway down it, and I had considered not like touching up the back because that requires some finagling, right, to do it yourself, and I didn't really want to ask my dad to do it. So I thought I'd leave it, but then when I looked at the back, like, it basically looks like I have like a mass of growth like going down one half of my neck, and I'm like, I can't do that. Like, I can't. So if it was both sides and it kind of looked like my hair was trying to turn into a mane, I may not care. But it's literally just one side, like it grows like halfway down my neck. And I'm like, can you not? Can you not be weird like that? Or at least not be lopsided, like for fuck's sake. But anyway, so I decided, all right, fuck it. And at first I tried just holding the mirror, the handheld mirror, and with my back facing the full-length mirror, holding the handheld mirror, and then taking the buzzers, and I was able to comfortably get like the main mass that's like actually on my neck. But when it like came to getting closer to my hairline, I'm like, no, this isn't going to work. So what I did was I grabbed my wig comb, which is hilarious how handy it is for actual hair, being that it's apparently a wig comb. I will take care of the background later. I'm tired of messing with that. I decided to take that, and using the mirror and using my hand, right, I placed the comb. And I did this once before when I was cutting it, when I was doing my, when I shaved my side. I used this exact same comb because it's got a little bit of a dip in the leading edge. And so it was like the perfect curve type for what I wanted to do. So I used that edge and like lined it up on the back of my neck, right? And I was like, okay. And I just like held it there really hard so that it wouldn't move, and put the mirror down, and then took the buzzers and just like took a leap of faith on that one. And wouldn't you know it, it came out perfect. I'm like, yes! So then I went to do it on the second side, and that one was a little bit off angle, and all I had to do was readjust it just a little bit more and then do it a second time, and it came out. I'm just like, fuck yeah, this is surprising and awesome. I am happy with it. I can't take a good picture of the back though, so like I can't show you guys that. Actually, I say that, I didn't even post pictures in the server. Whoops. And then I forgot I have a camera. I could totally turn it on and turn around. But anyway. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what is the best angle for her sketchbook. Oh wait, why would I even have an open sketchbook like that anyway? I mean, it needs to be like this. It needs to be a spiral sketchbook because those are awesome.
I can't stop shivering long enough to drive.
Dude!
I left my house this morning. I was like, I don't need my coat. I have regrets.
I imagine you do.
Why did you do that?
Because it was warmer this morning.
You always bring it just in case.
If my car heater would do what it's supposed to, we'd be fine.
See, I'm chronically cold. This is why I always do it anyway. Like, I don't care how warm it is. You may even see me being bundled up when it is actually a comfortable temperature. Why? So that when the temperature drops unexpectedly, I don't have to worry about where my shit is. I already have it. Like, I am wearing it, like I will deal with a wee bit of sweat as someone who is chronically cold when the temperature gets a little too low. So like, I am that person.
The sad thing is I have always been like this, because even as a child I would be like, nah, I don't need that. You'd think I would have learned by now, but nope.
Yeah, you think eventually you'd learn, but you don't. I have a tendency to leave I'll like leave a jacket or a like something to keep me warm in the car. So like I have on more than one occasion stored like 4 or 5 blankets in the car.
I keep blankets in my car.
Maybe you should grab one.
Hey, why aren't you using
my
the
leather
blankets?
jacket's in here because I just looked in the back seat and my leather jacket is here, so there's that.
Put on the damn leather jacket, you dork.
I didn't know that was in here.
Yeah, I never carry jackets or blankets. I just steal other people's if I get cold.
That's one way to do it.
Because you're
Anyway, go
smart.
find scissors.
Oh wait, that's not the right thing. That's not the right
No,
thing. What?
I think I need to go get food. I think I'm gonna get tomato bar, maybe.
Do it.
It sounds good. I just know that they're a little bit pricey, but it sounds so good right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I actually left it to dry out a little bit because it was really, really damp. It can go back in the fridge.
Come here.
To
She's
dry
sitting.
out some because the bag was pretty
fountain.
wet.
And there's. I need to save this.
Yeah, I there's not a whole lot I can do about that, so I was just trying to dry it out, and I didn't really want to moisten the inside of the refrigerator. As if the inside of the fridge isn't already wetter than I want it to be.
Lol. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It was definitely a lull.
I can be appropriately inappropriate.
Yay!
I'm gonna see if I can order online. I don't want to get out of the car more than I have to.
Exactly. It's apparently, we like started, I was telling Lynn how it's around now when we kind of start heating up a little bit in preparation for our not spring. And so we've started heating up a little bit, but all of a sudden we keep getting hit with these cold spells. And so we've been hit with yet another cold spell, and it's apparently supposed to be like super windy. It's like cloud cover to the max, and we're supposed to have like snow apparently again, but it's only like 50 something degrees. I'm like, where the fuck's the snow coming from? But anyway.
Oh god.
Wow, that is quite the two-sentence horror.
What happened?
Hubs just sent me a two-sentence horror. I was sad that one of our young women had left the shelter to get back with her abusive boyfriend. Sadness quickly turned to rage when I met my son's girlfriend.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh my god!
Right? I was like, oh! Though that does give me fucking ideas.
Right? Oh, that reminds me. Guys,
Okay.
remember when I was like sitting here in the high school AU, right? Where my brain's like, but what if Tara was younger? But there was one of two ideas. Either Tara was legitimately kind of like the bad actor AU, where she's just like, you know, her and Faust are looking really good for it being in their 60s, right? Which is entirely probable and possible, especially with people who, you know, take good care of themselves and so on and so forth. And, you know, like with my family, where these people just don't seem to fucking age. Like, for fuck's sake. But
Yeah, I don't fucking sons of bitches.
I know, like seriously, even now, like my dad still doesn't look like if he just took care of like Faust here, if he just took care of that like salt, the little bit of salt in his hair, and if he had a little bit of like he's starting to thin. Finally, now he's starting to thin out a little bit in the back, but otherwise, like he's, you know what I mean. If he took care of that, he would still look like he's in his 40s, you know, like mid 40s, possibly even early 40s, just depends. Like, so, my parents are fucking weird. Alright, anyway, moving on, but, so that was the first one, that her and Faust are, you know, just like in the bad actor A, they're just looking really good, right? And, so on and so forth. And so she's like 60, basically, like she's just had her 60th birthday, and so on and so forth, right? But Manny would have still had to have, like, accidentally, like, started early, maybe. I don't know, it just depends. It depends, actually. Manny might even be alive in this AU, actually. So either Manny, but, like, and so on and so forth. Or, hold on before I get ahead of myself. So it's either that she's, you know, they're both in their 60s and so on. Or she got started early, like, they got started early. Like, and, like, he was helping her out of a bad situation. My brain is like, yeah, but I still feel like they need to be in their 60s. Because the thing is there's like this comment about Faust retiring, so it gets to a point where they don't care about keeping it so much of a secret anymore because Faust is going to retire. And, well, you don't retire in your 40s. So, you retire in your 60s. So, oh, whoops, hold on, let me bring that back. So, where am I? I'm over here. That's what I'm doing. So, my brain realized that it might not be that. It could be that they are, in fact, in their 60s. And the person who was in the bad situation that needed to get out was Camilla. Because in the Grandma Terra AU, and again, this is if we like go along the lines of Plus actually being, like, we'd have to figure out how the pieces fit together, right? In the Grandma Terra AU, Manny done goofed up at 15. And Camilla was like 18, thinking that he was older than he was. Because he very well looked it, right? In this one, it could actually be that Camilla was in a not great situation, and her and Manny were the same age. And it came into a head when she got pregnant. And Manny was like, oh shit. And so he had to go to his parents, and Faust and Tara are just like, what the fuck? Like, we raised you better than this. Like, you know what protection is at this point. What are you doing? And then that's when, like, he goes further into the situation, and they're just like, oh God. Oh no. Wait a minute. And that's what happens is basically their family helps get Camila out of her situation, and she gets basically absorbed into the family, if you will.
Yeah, they're like, glorp, you're ours now.
You are ours. This isn't happening anymore. Yeah, we're getting you out of this. And the thing is there's really nothing that I can pull from on canon for that. So, I mean, it's an AU anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But, like, we don't know anything about Camilla's family life. We don't know shit. We don't know nothing.
We do. We do know a little bit about her family life.
Do we?
And that just enough. And that's that she had troubles in school fitting in and things like that. And we don't necessarily know anything about her parents, but clearly her parents didn't shield her from the social stigma of being a Trekkie. They obviously didn't support her in that. And so because, you know, she thinks that she needs to believe the teacher when the teacher says that Luce needs to not be weird, and speaking as the weird kid, you just end up finding your friends, and they're usually just as weird as you are, because there's always other people out there just as weird as you are.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of makes sense for her, because, like, yeah, we don't know anything about her family, except we know that she was, you know, socially awkward and socially shunned, and apparently did not get the support that she required in order to not feel like that was wrong. And we don't hear anything about Grandma or Grandpa. We don't hear anything about any of the other family members, possibly because she has removed them from her life.
Right.
No, and it's a reaction. Something you hate about your parents is a reaction to something else.
Yeah.
Like what I was telling you about with that coworker.
Yeah.
Helped with her mom. She had years of her mom just like making up entire scenarios and being paranoid about things and kind of being controlling, try to keep them out of trouble, even though they were always good kids. And I'll give the short version because I gotta get back upstairs.
Yeah.
But I was kind of pointing out some details that I was catching on to because of things that I've experienced and how I react to things. And she was telling me about her mom. I was like, it sounds like your mom, and and hell, you even told me about this your mom had a lot of scenarios where she had to figure something out quickly and act, or she was going to get bit by it. So these scenarios, she's not seeing what she's doing like I do. Like, I see tons of essentially day terrors every day. And your mom is seeing that too. She's just trying to look out for you.
Yeah.
And like you said, she doesn't cry at funerals. And so I had a really decent result with that coworker. I was training him, and I was like, you know what? I bet you this would mean the world to your mother. This weekend, give her the biggest hug you can, and tell her that while you don't always agree, you appreciate how much she's always looked out for you. And apparently she did, and apparently it went over really well. And she had a much easier time dealing with her mother that weekend and going forward, because she has a lot more patience for her mom now, realizing, she's like, yeah, it doesn't change the past per se, but I now understand it better.
Yeah.
So, I was told that by calling as a therapist.
Yeah. All right. Back to work, you love.
Love you.
Love you too. But yeah, we don't actually get any information about Luce's extended family, which, especially being that Camilla lost her husband, generally speaking, if you lose a domestic partner like that, your family steps in to help if your family is worth a shit. And we see no evidence of grandma, grandpa, the rest of the family, sisters, brothers. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it could mean that Camilla escaped the family.
Well, I was going to say the excuse that Camila gave V at the end of Thanks to Them was to tell the office she was going to visit her abuela. So we know at the very least her abuela is alive. She just might live far away.
Yeah. Which, I mean, to be completely honest, usually when you have shitty family, you have at least one member of the family that isn't shitty. So, she may not have, they may live far away from the rest of the family, which could be, well, and not just because, and she's like, yeah, I'm going to visit my abuela, essentially because they won't ask questions, or because I'm still in contact with my abuela still exists. So,
right. I also think there's a... Oh,
yeah,
sorry, go. I was going to say, I also think there's a potential that she moved away, though, because we know they moved to Gravesfield, Connecticut. We don't know where they moved from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and it was stated that that she moved there in hopes of finding opportunities.
Well, wasn't it also better medical care? Because, like, that hospital was really the only one that could take care of him.
Better hospital.
Yeah. But one way or the other, what I'm trying to say is not that I suspect that is what was actually intended via canon. What I'm saying is that is an open option that could be an interpretation of what's there in canon. So, like, I'm not saying that I think that that's
obscure enough.
Yeah, it's obscure enough that you could definitely write that in and not bump up against anything.
Right. Which, again, it's an AU anyway. I guess you can do whatever you want, but I guess what I was getting at is, generally speaking, my brain throws these things in here for some kind of reason. Because this is what I mean by being a transcriptionist, right? In other words, sometimes what it'll do, like, sometimes it all pieces it together perfectly, like, from the beginning. But sometimes the pieces are there, and I don't know how or where they fit, but they're going to be there somehow. And I'm like, okay, well, why is this here then? And so that's kind of where it went from, like, oh, it's not Tara, it's Camila. And I'm like, first of all, I hate that. But second of all, it makes sense. Like,
yeah.
And that's what I was getting at. Like, yeah, there potentially is nothing in canon for it, but there isn't anything really in canon against it either. So it's one of those things where it's like, see, what do you know? It kind of makes a sort of sense, unfortunately.
Yeah, makes a sad sort of sense.
On to, like, the not sadness.
Hey,
This is gonna
not
be so
sad.
cute.
This is gonna be adorable. It's gonna be fucking ridiculous adorable.
And she's just trying so hard not to laugh. And not like, but like out of like, God, this is so, like, you're so cute, child. Like,
Yeah.
Wrong emoji. I don't
uh-oh.
know. Trying to use the sweat drop emoji and I accidentally hit the vomit face emoji. Not the same thing.
Not the same thing. Although both could be applicable depending on what we're talking about.
I mean, I was talking about typing on my phone, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll roll with that.
I'm not gonna have time to do both.
So have you gotten any interviews yet?
Not yet. But is what it is.
I meant to ask actually, what about going to like the other one? Because you'd said there was the one that your friend was still at or whatnot.
That's the one where I went in to talk to them. My friend's not there anymore because
Oh.
they moved to California. But that's the one where they were in contact with their manager, but the application online's not working.
Dang it.
So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I applied to one of the higher end places downtown. Honestly, the place I'm ordering food from right now, I'm just thought about I could put an application in.
Ooh, do it.
Because I know they're more pricey, so they're higher end. I really want to run into Starbucks here while I'm in this parking lot because coffee, and I'm waiting for my food anyways.
Do it.
I might do. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. Oh. I'm gonna drive down there though because it's still freaking pouring. Oh.
I have no idea what I just watched.
Oh god, dude. Why are
My-
teenagers stupid?
My husband just sent a roast to the chatter thread, and it's talking about EDP, and it sounds like it's actually about one of our friends, and I'm really unsure what the shit is going on. Because I have no... Because it's like... It's somebody who I think is a famous dude.
Alright, I'm gonna leave you guys in the car because I'm just running in to grab coffee.
Okay.
So I will be right back.
Yeah, it is. It's a fucking famous dude who does cameos, and it's a roast of... Okay, it's not. It's not. Okay, okay. So it's specifically a dude. It is somebody else. Okay, because we have a friend whose username is EDP.
Oh, so you mean you thought it was your friend?
I thought it was my friend he was talking about. I was really freaked out for a second. Yeah. Just so grumpy.
Right.
So grumpy. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. It's so fantastic. I love it.
Grumpy little kid.
Grump. So grump.
I'm getting her, like, I'm thinking she's about 4-ish, maybe. Gotta remember, she's got some Jatani in her, so
Yeah, okay.
she's small. She's definitely smaller. Whoops, I've got the wrong section here. Cancel. She's definitely
little, but
smaller
not super.
than. Yeah, she's little, but she's not super little. Like, she's definitely smaller than her dad was, because she's, half human, and she's got. But she's still gonna be. I keep having to move her around. I'm like, she's sitting on her lap. Not. Oh, that's a pencil. I don't need the pencil. I need the marker. Come here, marker.
See, I'm just trying to kind of like remember how big mine were at 4, because both of mine were fairly large for little 4-year-olds.
Mm-hmm. I think what she has more than anything, really, not necessarily so much size, is height. She has a little bit more height than a 4-year-old would have.
That's what I mean. Is both of my boys were longer than they theoretically should be.
Right.
They're both they're both long boys.
Long boys.
Long and skinny. Lord, my husband keeps posting stuff to me.
Like, can you not?
Well, and I'm like, okay, I'll go look at this. What is this? And it's gonna end up being something dorky.
By the way, I forgot how much it sucks burning the roof of your mouth.
To what?
Burning the roof of your mouth.
Oh my gosh, that sucks so hard.
And her horns are even tinier. Because when they're born, they're like just little nubs. And her itty bitty tail. It's like on fire. Like duh, but still.
Oh god.
Careful.
Cold. Coffee.
And I don't know why I have it on my head that they put like a little sunflower on her head. But for some reason, like, that would be
So
really...
15 minutes for my signature.
Sunflower. Or maybe she was carrying around a sunflower, I think is what it was. I think I know what they did. It'd be really cute if they did it this way. What kind of coffee did you get?
White chocolate mocha.
I love that shit.
Excuse me, car. I would like to, or rather, I would like to move back in front of the store I'm going to. Anyone watching my car right now is probably wondering. Keep going back and forth. Oh, my parking spot's gonna. Oh wait, no, it's not.
Also, what's really cute is they can blow steam at this age, so little is blowing steam all the time. It's just fucking adorable.
Aw. No.
Hmm?
Okay, so Tomato Bar obviously sent me a confirmation email for my order, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never ordered from them online before, and their email is hilarious.
What is it?
So it says, your order's been received. It was a quiet day at Tomato Bar until the manager started screaming, "Listen up, people, we've got an order from," insert my real name here. Energy drinks were popped up, tears of joy were shed, "We are the champions" played over the stereo system. Even Dennis, our expo, smiled, and Dennis never smiles. Simply put, your order has made our day.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's adorable.
That's the best email I've ever gotten from a place after ordering.
Okay, you need to put in an application and work there. Like,
Right? Check and see if they are hiring.
okay, I think I've got enough sketchy stuff done. For the time being.
Man, they've only been around since 2013. I keep forgetting they're that new.
Definitely sound new. I will watch that when I'm not on stream.
Yeah, definitely don't watch that while you're on stream, because my husband posted it into the chatter first, and so I started watching it before he gave me any kind of warning.
Oh no.
I don't remember
His
when I
reason he
graduated.
specified that it was for Shay.
Oh goodness. By the way, everything's gonna go, not everything, but we're gonna go invisible for just a second because I gotta do stuff that can't be seen. So, 1 second.
Okay.
I mean, you guys on Discord can see it. But the stream can't see it.
We're special.
Yes, you are.
Awful.
Oh, I recognize this.
Yeah. I'm gonna make the thingy thing darker.
Okie doke.
The thingy thing. I'm probably later today I'm gonna do the thing with the people, but I don't know if I'm gonna pull out completely or just pull this out. I'm still not sure.
That's fair.
And why does that just look blue at that point? That's not what I want.
Gotta be a little more purpley.
It needs to be a little more purpley. Come here.
Wait, yeah, no, that one's the only one that answered me without me sending an image, and I'm like, the fact that you won't answer me at all without the image is making me sus.
Right? I feel like there's some
They
shit
were super
going
nice.
down.
Right. But yeah, plus that one was super nice. So I'm like, yeah, I think I like you.
I think I like you a lot.
Also, their English was a little bit better.
Well, there's that.
Which that sounds bad, but when you're trying to do something like this, you need them to be able to communicate.
Yeah, you need to make sure that everything is truly and honestly understood, so. Does that still look too purple?
No, actually, that looks fine to me.
Okay.
Actually, that's about what I was imagining in my head, I think.
I seem to be
No, I
able
have-
to do those things.
Now I have another question for you, and
What's
I
up?
don't know if they can do this or not, but if they can, the glowing. My initial idea was to make the body and the head and face glow and then leave the symbols, so that they would be cut out if it was glowing. But then I was thinking about it, and I was like, if we can, what if we made the glitter glow and then just the face and symbols? Because that would look kind of cool. I'll have to actually take that and then show you what I'm talking about, because
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it doesn't process well in words.
See, because what it is I took the glow, if I can find it. See,
I'm
like,
talking about the glow in the dark.
glow in the dark. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually,
It doesn't matter if do
having the
do
back.
you want
Yeah.
to have the background glow and the face glow and the little details on the robe glow, or do we want to make the body and the face glow and then leave the cutouts cut out?
I think
and the
we
background.
want the background to glow. Personally,
Okay, I'm gonna
my
ask if
thought.
they can do that, because
Yeah.
I was thinking that too. It would look cooler if they can do it that way. I just don't know if we can do glow and glitter on the same enamel.
Yeah, definitely would be a good idea to see if that's something they can do for sure.
Because if they can do that, that would be really cool, I think.
Yes.
Shay, babe,
what?
your sound is still going through.
That's fine. They don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, so
Yeah.
long as you know that.
As long as we don't say what it is we're talking about, that's fine.
That's why I'm being incredibly vague.
Yeah. As long as we don't say anything out loud.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the stars, though. So does this look good then? You want me to send you low res of this? Okay.
Yep, send me the low res of that, and then once I asked another question, once they answer that question, it seems they go away in about the time I go to bed, so
I know, right?
Interaction's been a little bit funky, but
yeah. Tell me if this is too low res.
no, I think that should be fine to get our point across, and then if we finalize an order, I'll send them the high res.
Oh, you're about to see it though. I sent you the.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Because that's my only concern is making it. I think you're right though. Hopefully, I think this is even better resolution than the first one I sent you that one time.
Yeah, that should be totally fine to get the point across, and I'll just tell them I'll send the high res once we actually finalize everything.
Got you. Okay.
For them to make the mold.
Yep. All right. Good to go. We got that figured out. Yay! All right. No more invisibility. Woohoo! Okay. Back to some lining for Bumpykins here.
Bumpkins. There was no right to look like that.
That reminds me. You weren't on the call. So, when I post stuff to like Twitter and so on and so forth, I don't often get a whole lot of like interaction. You know, I'll get some people who heart it, and then a couple people might retweet it. But with Bump, it was so funny. It was like fairly quickly, someone retweeted it and went, "Hello, sir." And then on Tumblr, someone reblogged it, and the tag they put on there was, "I can't thank you enough for this, OP."
Apparently there were simps out there that just weren't getting fed. You're feeding the simps.
I sure am. Alright. Let's continue by zooming in on crotch, because that's what we need to do. I mean, it's the next part that needs to be lined.
By the way, it feels really weird when I'm drawing that part.
No. I used to feel extraordinarily weird.
It's like, clearly it exists and I need to draw it, but I always feel so weird when I'm like right there.
Yeah. So you'll probably notice when I sketch stuff in that I'll do like a blob for males of like what's supposed to be there. Like, used to, I wouldn't even really do that because that's just the way I was. And it was really funny. And whenever I drew people, like, despite the fact that my main deal is drawing people without clothes on, ironically, a lot of times you'd see people who look more like mannequins. And thank goodness I've gotten over that. And a friend of mine who hadn't seen my art in a long time and, had commissioned me for something was just like, "I'm surprised you can see their junk." He's just like, "You didn't used to draw that." And I'm like, you're not wrong, but did you gotta say it like that? Like, calm down, would you? Which is hilarious because, ironically, like, I never had any issue actually, like, looking at, like, live models, I guess would be one way to put it. I'm gonna leave it at that.
No, I get it.
But actually, like, drawing the parts, like, there was, and of course, you know, this was back when I was, like, 16. I'm just gonna say this is an unusual college experience, okay? Due to the way my schooling went, I ended up going into college at 16. That is not normal. And I mean that in both a bad way and a good way. Like, I think I definitely could have benefited from not literally next day graduating from school going into college. Because that's literally what happened the very next day I started college. The art classes there, because I went in for game art and design, one of the things was drawing the statue of David. And I was of such a sensibility that I couldn't make myself draw what was in his crotch area. And so I put a leaf over it. You know, like the fig leaf kind of thing. And I didn't get
Like the
points knocked
children's
off for
Bible?
it, but what?
Like the children's Bible.
Yeah, exactly. I would have to say very good sport on the teacher's part for not knocking off points for doing that, I guess. I mean, it was a really good looking leaf, like what? But
I feel like when you're a professor, you realize you've got people coming in from different backgrounds, and throwing that at them is going to make some people uncomfy.
yeah, I would hope anyway. Like, for the most part, the professors were pretty good. There was one that I was aggravated with, but not majorly. Just, it was minor things. The one thing in particular, which is the only thing I can remember, which is, you know, how minor I guess it was, but like, everyone has different art styles, right? And everyone gets the point across in a different way, right? Well, she was very much and it's funny because that was exactly what the class was about, was the difference between, like, how to make a thing happen. And the textbook or whatever that we were reading from was like, excuse me, it actually, the person who was writing the textbook showed a difference between basically how a painter does things versus how someone who works in pencil does things. With pencil, you see a lot of lines. Because you're working in pencil, you got a little point right there that you're working with, so you're going to see a shit ton of lines. Whereas painters will focus more on blocks of mass, because they have a brush and a different medium with which they're getting the point across, right? And so you don't see so much a focus on lines as you do on shapes and masses of things, right? And so what we were supposed to do was draw a portrait of somebody, like, from life. And I didn't have anyone to draw because, you know, I just didn't have anyone to draw. So I drew myself. So I literally plopped up in the bathroom and looked in the mirror and drew myself. And, you know, being that I always worked in pencil, you see a lot of lines, right? And I should say, oh, I did that already. Good. One thing that I've always been unusually good at for no good reason is hair. Specifically straight hair.
For no good reason?
For no good reason, yes.
That's astoundingly.
Well,
simplifying it.
what I mean
That's
is,
mean,
like, yo, shush. Straight hair in particular, though, I'm still struggling with curly hair, but straight hair in particular is something that I was always really good at, you know, making. And my hair's straight. So when I drew myself in this portrait, there was a lot of lines in the hair area, right, denoting my hair. because it's my fucking hair. And she gave me a critique I wasn't too happy with, which was try not doing so much, like try focusing more instead on the shading or like basically the getting down the actual difference in like from light to dark kind of thing versus focusing so much on lines. And she meant specifically with my hair because I guess she couldn't, and I don't know if it was just the way, because this is an online school, so I don't know if it was the way that it transferred in picture or what. To me, I could tell, but you know, that was just me. But she's like, you know, focus more instead on getting like the different colors and like the different darknesses and stuff down instead, and instead of lines. And I'm like, but it's hair. Hair is nothing if not a bunch of lines.
Right.
Like, so.
All right, give me one moment.
Okay.
I have a pickup. Katie Boyd.
Picking up my food. Also, here it is, Donna. Oh, wait, you already saw it, duh. Can you tell what's going on?
I mean, yes.
I mean, not that I made it terribly hard to tell, but...
No. I mean, I know these characters, like, so I can imagine what's happening. Look, Amy's so cute.
I know.
Psh.
I'm debating if I'm probably gonna do that. Water in color versus actually putting lines to it. Which is basically what I'm gonna do with his scars too. I did that for the sake of actually showing the line art, but those lines are gonna disappear in color.
You could just do it. You don't have to color the whole piece to just have a few colored bits.
Oh, I intend to color the whole thing.
Oh, you got invested.
I have done all this work. I'm going to color the fucker. Like,
You know, almost eating the floor, leaving the restaurant right after asking if they were hiring. That's a good look.
Wait, what happened?
I asked if they were hiring and then proceeded to trip out the door.
Hey, everyone's got shit going on. It's okay. What, did they say no, though? Like...
they actually told me to fill out the app online.
Alright.
Like, oh, that was good. I'm just walking and pretend it didn't happen.
Not at all. I'm sure they get that question all the time. You
I meant
got
the
shit
tripping
too.
part.
But
I'm
anyway.
gonna the sandwich.
What were you saying, Donna?
I don't remember.
About coloring.
Oh yeah. So you know that you do actual sketch warm-ups? And then I've heard that it's actually it's like a not a particularly helpful way to warm up because you end up too invested in what you're drawing and you don't do what you intended to draw. Mm-hmm. But in your specific case, you don't seem to need warm-ups. I mean, you could just I
do when it comes to line art. when I'm lining, sometimes I'm immediately ready to line.
When you're lining,
but
for the sketch itself, when you go from you start the sketch, then you get to the line art. So by the time you're in the line art, you're already there. You're in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you don't seem to need the warm up for the sketch or for the prep, which is interesting. But then for most people shouldn't do that. I saw this tutorial to warm up. That is basically you just do squiggly lines. You were telling I think it was Farrell the other day where you were doing the just the spirals, and then you just kind of like, sometimes you do it just to figure out where your pen is, sometimes just to see what's going on.
I was Katie. Yeah, it was actually Katie. She's like,
That was me.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just,
oh, you're good.
I don't recognize your voices well enough to separate who's who.
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
good.
sometimes I'm in the page and I'm like, who's talking? I don't know who's talking. No idea.
Yeah,
Sorry. I'm gonna be truthful.
you're good.
But yeah, I mean, technically speaking, especially in graphic art, the spirals and, you know, all those little exercises, that is the warm-up that you're supposed to do, you know, not get invested in an actual sketch.
Yup. Exactly.
But yeah, like I said, you know, you don't seem to need that. Rules don't apply to you.
I'm weird. We'll put it that way. I do both, like whether I need it or not. But
I mean, if by weird you mean exceptionally good at what you do, so much that you don't require, like, you're like the, what's that tennis player, Selena something?
Selena, I don't remember her last name.
Serena
Williams.
Serena.
There we go.
That's it. You're like that level of art, you know. You're there. You're just the top. Have you watched that video where she's just basically demolishing the Try Guys, or I don't know, whoever was like, I'm gonna be better than Serena Williams.
Whoever said that was pretty dumb.
She was just pissing her pants, laughing at them and destroying them completely.
I am not surprised in any way, shape, or form. Not at all.
It's easy to be humble at your level.
I try.
Because it's like you know, it's all right. Doesn't take much effort.
Well, I mean,
like the humble brag, but that's all right. You know, you deserve it. You put in the hours. You've been doing it for decades. Goodness, if anybody deserves it, it's you. Humble brag all you like. Brag, outright brag.
Glory in your praise.
Pardon?
Say it again.
I
didn't hear her either.
Oh, I just jokingly said, glory in your praise.
Yes. Let me just roll around in it a little bit. Maybe we'll stick.
Maybe. I have
what?
A weird I'm not sure how to say it.
Tendency?
Like, I am aware that I am at a certain level, and I try
the Super Saiyan level.
Super Saiyan level.
Say it. I don't know.
Super Saiyan.
By the time that came along, I wasn't watching Dragon Ball Z anymore, so I don't even know how to say things. I'm just like, I know what it looks like. I know what it's written. Say it. I don't. Beyond me.
No, you got it right. Super Saiyan. I think some people actually do say Saiyan. Actually.
I don't know. Anyway, I interrupted you.
Last I checked, it was Saiyan.
Yeah. And you're not wrong, but I think there are people that for whatever reason they say Saiyan. That's just how they say it. I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, I am aware that I am at a particular level, and I try, because one thing that always aggravates me is people who are full of themselves and arrogant, I guess is the word, maybe. And I don't ever want to be that. So I think part of why I sometimes have a hard time.
Not in your nature to be that way. You can be proud of what you do. You can show what you do, brag about what you do, but it's not in your nature to, one, rub it in people's faces, be like, fuck you, look at this. you know.
Fuck you, I'm
And
better than you.
it's just not you, or to be so blind to your own faults, to your own like mistakes. That's just not you. So it's okay for you to be, I am badass at this. I've worked and I've put the time in. I've put the research in. I've done my hours. You deserve to be able to just, say, yes, I'm amazing at this. I've done the hours. I've done it. It's not. I wasn't born with a pen in my hand and knew how to draw. Who is?
Right. I'm sorry, but that
So
Excuse me.
random
it's
off-topic
okay
thing, but that
it's
made
okay
me
to
think
be
of when my
proud
dad,
of
like,
yourself.
yeah.
Pardon?
I was gonna say random off-topic, but you saying that made me think of how my dad acted when I couldn't figure out how to park.
Yeah.
And it's like, I wasn't born knowing how to park, and neither were you. Like,
No,
just
I
'cause
mean, it is truthful that some people do have, more natural ability, and you probably are one of those people because I've seen your earlier work, and it's just as good. Just it's pencil and paper rather than digital. But some people are more gifted and have the eye, but you also did put in so much goddamn work into it, so much heart into it, blood, sweat, and tears. Just be proud. Just know that you're amazing. You're the top of the line, and you deserve to know this and to feel this way, and to not, lower yourself for other people's comfort. And it's okay. It's okay to just be proud of yourself, honey. You did the work. You did the work. Because even if you didn't, so what? People will be butthurt. You can't get away
Right.
with it.
Stop being so butthurt. No, I'm just kidding.
It really is like that. Like,
Right.
really is like that. Some people are childish enough to be so petty, but it's not your problem.
That's true. That's very true.
It's not your problem. He'll be like that with anybody. Anybody else.
Also, that's a lesson for anyone listening. As she said, it's not your problem if someone's going to be petty and butthurt about it, and like half the time it's because they're jealous. So, yeah.
Most of the time it's because they're jealous.
Yeah, pretty much. I think another issue I
When
have.
when you reach the top of the ladder this way, I see it a lot. When you reach the top of the ladder, everybody below you have, there's only a certain amount of reactions that people get. And a lot of the time it is butthurt, and they are going to be really like petty about it, and throw insults or dig at you. But it's just you're above that, above it. Don't give a shit. Just you're at your level, and that's just how it's gonna be. Like, people have
Right.
to accept it. People have to accept it. You and I have had talks about that before, where it's like, if they can't accept it, that's still not your problem.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, just feel good about it. Feel good about it. Don't have to make excuses or, to make like other people more comfortable. That's not your job. Not your job. It's
Your job
kind
is
of
to make
you.
the pretty art.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's kind of you to want to give people comfort, but you don't fucking have to. You don't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. It's important to remember that. For a person like you, it's important to remember that.
It's
Yeah.
important to remember that you need to set up boundaries and actually sustain those boundaries.
Yeah.
Try to anyway.
Sorry, I went on a whole tangent.
No, you're fine.
I don't even know how it started.
You are perfectly fine.
I'm like, well, how did this even begun? I don't even know.
I think
I'm just
another.
sitting here. The kids have just gone to bed, like, a bit late, but it's a holiday, so I was like, fuck it.
Oh, it's a holiday.
But I'm like, I'm
Oh, you
thinking
mentioned
to myself, I really want crisps, but I really don't want to eat them. I do, and I don't.
Eat them.
But then, in my distraction, I was just like, time for the speech.
The brain is like, it's time
I haven't
to
had a
speech
whole
now.
rant about it yet. You need to go on a rant.
Let's do it. Sometimes you just gotta do the thing.
And I completely forget that this is all recorded and going online. So
It's okay.
it's
The fact of the matter is this is something that people need to hear, not just me, but
yeah, anybody, right? Anybody.
yeah, and like really anybody who's working at this, anybody who is trying to better their ability, you know, whether you have what others would call natural talent or not, if it's something that you love and it's something that you want to do, then do it. Go for it. Make it happen. This is what you want. This is what you like. This is what you love. Do it. Don't worry about what other people say. Another thing that I was gonna say, another problem that probably I am not the only person who has, is when you have someone in your life who is a constant part of your life, who may or may not have authority, quotation marks, in your life, who makes you doubt yourself. With me, I'm not going to name any names, although I'm sure there's some people who would probably know immediately who I'm talking about. There's
anything, I already know who you're talking about.
There's the concept of
Hypocritical beans.
what is hypocritical beans. There's the concept of what is worthwhile pursuing, and also what is quotation marks real or not. Okay, so the other day, it was asked of me because someone was showing off. This person in general was showing off or talking about what I do, right? Or what I'm trying to get paid to do, or whatever the case may be. What I'm doing. Okay, what does she do? Okay, well, this is what she does. She writes and she does art, and so this person is fully aware that I have written things that are not the first attempt that I made when I was 18, okay? My 18-year-old self's book was fine for an 18-year-old who was writing a book. It is far from the best I have done. And it
Dude,
is
you're an 18-year-old who fucking wrote a book at that time.
And got published.
Dude.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, that
Published.
infuriates me so
I mean-
fucking hard.
I mean, I know there was a lot of like drama around the publication and like the whole like thing, but he still fucking got there. You know, they could have scammed anybody.
That's true.
They chose you to scam.
They did. They chose me to scam because they knew that it would sell. And while I didn't get any of the
Exactly.
money of that, it did sell. It actually very much
sell.
did. People
It
knew what it was.
absolutely did.
So
You know, like that is absolutely 100% yours. And like, and while, like I said, you know, while there was a whole thing around it, like it's like complete and utter bullshit.
Mhm.
They still fucking chose. They gambled on an 18-year-old, and I mean they got theirs.
Yeah. They
They
sure
got
did.
theirs. They won. They won the gamble.
Yep.
I know.
that they
I know
did.
you lost out on it, but they won it.
Even if it had been a complete and utter flop, okay? So take away any measure of success outside of it was published. Okay?
Mhm.
And it was still published.
Still published. So many people never get
Okay.
there.
Mhm.
So
And when it made it into stores. Like it was in Barnes and Noble, it was in Walmart, it was selling on Amazon. Like it made it there. It was selling.
It's still on Amazon.
Yeah, that it is.
Still there. It's still available.
No one fucking
is
buy
a-
it from them because I don't get
that
into
is
that.
a
I'm tempted to. I really was. I was like, oh, I
If
don't want to
you're-
give them money.
I have physical copies, dear. If you want one, I will send you one.
I mean, I'm very curious because you've told me about the whole thing there, and I'm very curious about it. I've seen the artwork, with the extra long legs and everything.
Yeah.
It was very One Piece legs,
Yeah. Very leggy people they
That's
were.
okay. That's what.
Super
That's what
leggy.
was,
You could
that's what
definitely
was
see the
popular
anime
at the time.
influence, that's for sure.
That was what was popular at the time. You know, that's fine. That's,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
you're
art
not
style.
wrong. It was. Mhm.
Yeah.
Dude, there have been entire time periods where that kind of exaggerated leg was
Yeah.
not only popular in art, but that was what people were trying to make themselves look like.
No, absolutely. You know, but the clothing style, the fashion, everything was
fashion
to
plates, there's
accentuate the
all
length of the legs
kinds.
to make them slim and long. You
Mhm.
know,
Oh yeah, there's
that
all
was
kinds of fashion plates that fucking follow that exact proportion.
in the 2000s, right? That's what people loved. That's what people wanted.
They liked
Oh,
the
yeah.
leggies.
Exactly. So
Mhm.
I mean, it wasn't a dig. I was just making a joke.
No, I
Now,
know.
Totally. No, I'm just pointing out that, like, honestly, that's as
If
funny
anything,
as
I
it
was
is
sort
to
of
us
digging at
now,
myself. You were making a point. I dug at myself because that's what I do. And we're
even if
we're
it's
about to get more
funny,
info on why I do that. But anyway, please
even if
continue.
it's funny to us now that you had such ridiculously long legs, irrealistically long legs, it is still a completely valid, like, that is a style. Like you said, you can see the anime influence. Yeah, and that is absolutely the style. And it is, perfectly fucking valid, man.
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
In fact, hold on. Why don't I just let me go. Let me. Why don't I see if I can find the one that I consider the good one of like two of the main characters. Hold on. You know what? Never mind. That's gonna take for fucking ever. Never mind. We'll do
Yeah,
that later.
no, it's
But
Maybe later.
Why
yeah.
are you looking at me like that for?
But
Why are you looking at me like that for? What?
oh, you got a
Just got up.
baby.
Did I get up?
It's the pupper.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
I did something.
Just a pup.
I just filled out a job application from the parking lot of my current employer, and I don't know why that's so satisfying, but it is.
That is so very satisfying. I literally I left when I got the call that I had like an email / call that I was going to have like a sudden job interview that they wanted to do the one that I was applying for. I literally was at work at the job I was trying to leave. I went into my boss's office and said, "Hey, I've just had something come up. I really need to leave for like not even for very long actually. I need to leave and make this call because there's like this really important thing going on." And she's like, "Okay." And I'm like, "Maybe 30 minutes." And she's like, "Okay." I'm like, I literally left to go have this phone interview. Told my boss to her face, like, "Hey, I gotta go take this really important call." Like, it was fucking priceless. She probably knew what I was doing, honestly, because by that point, it was very clear the color of my displeasure. So she probably knew what was actually going on, and so on and so forth. But I won't get into that. We'll go ahead and focus on one set of life situations for today. But yes.
Let's not do a whole biography here.
Right, we'll go through that. But yay for making
you
out
can charge
job
for that
applications.
later on in life.
Right, by
I
autobiography.
don't need the free stream for it.
Right, save it for the free.
I'll just make a podcast, sell it.
There you go. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so basically, in other words, she, the person, the friend, she wanted to know like what, she wanted to see, what I did and stuff like that. So what was shown was the book from when I was 18, when it is very obviously known that I have written Darkfire, which realistically is better than the book I did when I was 18. While the book I did when I was 18 is good, and there's a place for it, I have significantly improved, and that's Darkfire, and that wasn't mentioned whatsoever. Why? Because the person doing the showing off doesn't like that kind of stuff. Doesn't like Darkfire. Doesn't like fiction, which is hilarious because the book when I was 18 was fiction, but apparently it's just realistic enough that it's not something that they have a problem showing off. But anyway, and so that wasn't even mentioned. to the best of my knowledge anyway. And then it came to the art part, and they go, I'm showing some of your art. Do you have any pictures on your phone of any of your art that you can send to me? And all I have is like screenshots and pictures of like, this stuff, right? My digital stuff, which we've all seen what my digital stuff is. And all I have uploaded online is, the digital stuff and so on and so forth, which we've all seen what that is. And so I'm like, well, I've got this. And then they go, no, you're the real stuff. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? And basically what they're getting at is the pencil work that I did, which is of entirely like human subject. No pointy ears, no long-haired men,
Oh, fuck that noise. Fuck it right off.
They expected
God.
probably paint and stuff, right?
The what?
They expected probably paint.
No, not even that. No, they being the person that we all know who the person is, even though I'm not going to say specifically who the person is, even though we all know who the person is. Hypocritical beings wanted the quote real stuff, not this stuff.
Not digital stuff. As if digital art isn't art.
It's not even that. They didn't want anything like with
Fictional
pointed.
characters.
They didn't want like the pointed ears. They didn't want like. They literally wanted like the human-looking depictions, or probably the one that I did of a horse at one time. Like, they wanted not fantasy type stuff, because that's quote not the real stuff.
They wanted boring stuff.
Yeah, and basically, I bring that up to say this is.
I'm left here going, yeah, let's talk about the real stuff. Let's talk about the real, like, classic art, where fairies and Queen Titania and Shakespearean stuff and all this stuff is totally valid.
Yeah, it's
real stuff. Eat my ass.
And that's what I'm getting at, is like basically the stuff that I like to draw. We'll put it this way: the stuff that isn't what I like to draw.
The stuff that you're interested in, and the things that people pay you to draw as well.
That's what I was gonna say.
Also
like,
very important detail.
I almost said it, and I really should have. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I don't get paid for the quote real stuff. I'm getting paid for what I'm doing right here. Like, this is what I'm getting paid for. So if you want to go and talk about what's real and what quote I do, because you want to talk to this person, this friend of yours, about what I quotation marks do, okay, this is what I do, and this is what I get paid for. Like, and basically what I'm getting at, okay, for anyone, not just to sort of vent about it, which, probably a little bit of that, because I still haven't done that.
Also very valid.
But also to make a point to anyone watching the stream, you're going to have people in your life, and usually, 50% of the time, at least, if not 75% of the time, what you're going to end up with actually is people really close to you who see what you do as worthless. And I'm here to say, don't fucking listen to that shit. Do it anyway.
Did you mean my mother with my writing?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I hate how much truth there is in what you're saying, because that is absolutely not, that is in no way, shape, or form the experience that I have had to deal with in my life. And it really frustrates me to hear that other people are actually having to deal with that shit. Because, yeah, Hubs is he isn't interested in reading my fan fictions, but recognizes that it's valid writing, and is, it's taking him a little bit, but he is getting to the point where he's not being a brat about it. He wants to read the stuff that I write, and he's not interested in the subjects I'm currently writing on, and so it makes him a little grumpy.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that. Whatever, fine, okay. he should really maybe, to not to.
Get over
But
himself.
he recognizes. No, it's okay. He recognizes that is a him problem.
Yes.
So-
and
But he actively plots with you. He does
Yeah,
sit
he
there
does.
and gives you
That's the
ideas,
thing. Yeah,
helps
he does.
you like work through your story. In
Oh,
fact,
yeah.
he makes you throw bunnies at us,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
which
See, that's
just
the
blows
thing.
my mind, really.
He doesn't. He is
Honestly.
getting a lot better about the whole being irritated with the fact that I'm actually doing stuff that he's not interested in, but he is more than happy to plot with me. He's more than happy. He tries to be helpful. He tries not to denigrate what I do. He really tries. Now, does he always succeed? No. Sometimes he makes some stupid fucking joke and gets on my goddamn tits. We're two human
Oh,
beings
they
who
all-
live in the same fucking house. Occasionally, we're gonna get on each other's tits. But, like, my mom, like, it did not matter that she had no fucking clue what the shit I was doing. If I showed her some of my stupid little pixel art, she was like, that's adorable. Cool. What was that for again? Stardew Valley. Okay, cool.
That makes me want to cry. My mom has always ridiculed everything I've done.
Ding 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 ding.
I literally showed her, I straight up showed her my paintings once, and she looked me dead in the face and went, "Why do you always have to draw this crap?"
Ding 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 ding. Like.
The fuck is, like, honestly, like, okay, so my kid, my youngest, will occasionally draw these horrifically morbid things. And you want to know what my response to him is? I really like the way you drew that eye.
You find
Okay.
the thing that is positive, right?
You
You
find
show
something that's
support.
positive, and
Then
you
genuine,
look at the
genuine,
progress this
right?
person is making, and you tell them that you support them, because that's what you're supposed to fucking do. You're their goddamn parent. Fucking support them. They're your child. You made them. Don't fuck with them. Why the shit would you
Agreed.
fuck with them? And that is.
It's really, it has to
Few
be.
things that will piss me off as fast as that.
No, it has to be a completely perverted idea of parenthood to.
Well, my mom's just angry because I'm
yeah.
nothing like her, and I think she wanted a daughter that was just like her.
And yet still,
Ding, ding, ding,
no,
ding, ding.
that's a perversion of what parenthood is supposed to be. You're not.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
supposed
sorry
to
that you
accept
didn't
your
get the
children
child you were looking for.
as they are.
Because, see, you don't. Well, you're not supposed to go into the process of baby making to make little mini yous. That's not
Exactly.
why you do that.
Exactly. Because no matter what you do, they're not going to be only you. They're going to be half you at best. At best.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth,
And
genetically speaking.
They're going to have at least 6 traits of yours that you really wish would have disappeared from your genes.
Okay, but that's
have
funny.
at least 6.
I find that
They are
hilarious.
going
All
to
from
have
your
at least
partner.
6
Yeah, right?
No, like you will find 6
Well, and that's
of
the thing
your
is, I
traits.
genuinely
Oh my
think-
fucking God.
The things that
I
enrage you the most about
genuinely
your partner.
think I am more
right?
like my father, and I don't know if my mom was like projecting that or not, because my dad died when I was little, and that messed her up too. But I think I am like him, because as I got older, I started to find his stuff, and he had like Star Wars and the nerdy stuff, and he's the reason I like gaming. And I'm like, I feel like I am like Dad, but you don't want to talk about it.
Well, that's
There's a
even
very
fucking
good
worse.
chance- There's a very good chance that essentially the reason that it's not so much so that she wants a mini her, it's that she wants to stop being reminded of the person she lost. Which, I mean, sucks for you that you lost your husband. I'm very sorry. Maybe you can revel in the fact that you have someone who reminds you of him. Perhaps. I mean, that would certainly be a healthier reaction.
Yeah. Rather than
Yeah.
push them away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it just...
But
I have.
I don't know.
I have so many
It's
feelings.
just for me. I can't. I mean, I can't understand it. I can't understand it. My
I will say
mum.
she's gotten better,
specifically.
like, as I've gotten older, but it was real bad for a while.
Eesh.
Ah.
My mum in specific. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to explain. We just didn't have. We were close, but not in a verbal way. You know, she's
Yeah.
been through a lot. I've been through a lot. Like she wasn't exactly taught to love and to be communicative with your children. We are better now, as I'm an adult and I can explain to her my side as well. You know, as a child, I couldn't, and I didn't know either because we were essentially alone. She was basically stranded with three little girls and wasn't taught to love or to talk to us or to tell us anything. She knew nothing. Married off at 16, 17 to a man she barely knew, sent off, like arranged marriage, literally, you know, like fucking the dark ages.
Oh, lovely.
Like literally sent off and was like, well, there you go, you know, have babies, multiply.
Congratulations, go have babies.
Exactly, exactly. So she knew nothing, right? So I don't blame her for it. I think that she absolutely did her best. She loved us with all her heart, even though my dad was just horrific to her. She loved us much more than what people might expect in that situation, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And but she didn't know how to show support beyond the bare minimum, and because I didn't know how to communicate with her, I didn't know how to show her things either, so I didn't. Like just about everything I did, I kind of kept to myself, very internalized, very introverted by nature as well. So there was no communication. I don't know how she might have reacted to anything I did. You know, if I had a sketchbook that was completely private, shown to no one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how people in my life would have reacted to anything I produced or created because I didn't show to anybody. And I still don't really to people I know. I still don't. I never learned how. I mean, it took a while for me to just show it to online people. And that's in the last 2 years, 3 years.
And I'm
Before,
really happy
nothing.
that you do because I love to see
And
it.
nothing. It's really, when you don't learn, when you're not taught to communicate, it's incredibly hard to build that bridge yourself because you have no bricks to build from.
Yeah, no building materials.
Nothing. It's hard to explain.
We understand what you
I,
mean,
I
though.
think you've explained it actually really
Yeah, I
well.
do.
I think
Yeah.
that was actually really, really well articulated.
Well articulated.
Yeah. I like how we both said the exact same thing.
Right?
Articulation.
Great minds and all that.
Yes.
Alright, I hate to bounce out right now, but I gotta go to work.
Is it my sad story? No, I'm joking.
Oh,
Yeah, that's about how I'm feeling about it. I'm really hoping we're slow. It's terrible outside, so I doubt many people want to go out in this.
Right. Okay. Well, good luck. Hopefully you get
Alright.
off early.
The same.
Thank you, I hope so.
Yeah.
Alright, bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
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 Yeah, it's always just so weird to me that like, I mean, it is forever and always weird to me how other people have such bad relationships with their family. Because despite the fact that my dad and I didn't see eye to eye a good portion of the time, and despite the fact that, you know, I had miscommunications with my mom was 99.9% like supportive of pretty much anything I wanted to do. I wanted to start beading, mom bought me a bead loom.
Mm-hmm.
Stop, shush. Don't need to be shouting at us. I've still gotta have more, thank you. But you know,
Take
my
a snack
mom,
break.
if I wanted to do something, Mom found a way for me to do it. You know, if I wanted to do something, my dad was a little less competent at making way for me to do stuff, but he never stood in my way.
Mm-hmm.
He never stopped me from doing stuff. You know? My dad is such a fucking penny pincher. Bless his fucking heart, man. I love that man, but he has got the tightest fucking purse strings. Which is super hilarious for somebody who spent as much as he did on computers.
Yeah.
That's where
Like,
it all
he
went.
spent a fucking mint on computers. But, like, jeans, well, they're just something that's gonna go on your butt. Why would you spend a bunch of money on jeans? It's not like jeans are gonna do anything for you, except cover your butt. He did not in any way, shape, or form understand why it was that I didn't want to wear Walmart jeans to school.
Yeah, I
not
can't
like-
blame you there.
It's not like he was, like, hurting for money in any way, shape, or form either. So it's like, it was always so bizarre to me how fucking tight my dad was. While my mom, on the other hand, had a much less prestigious job. Her job theoretically paid, he was salary and she was hourly. So in my mind that meant he made more money than she did. I don't know actually if that's true, but she saved better than he did, so it might not
Certainly
be
seemed
accurate.
like it. Mm-hmm.
It certainly seemed like he should have more money, but Mom spent more money.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just crazy to me. But my parents, if I wanted something, if there was something that I wanted to do with myself, if I wanted to go to the pool, as long as it was, you know, not going to kill me, I could go to the pool. Honestly, sometimes they probably let me go to the pool when they shouldn't have let me go to the pool, because I was more than happy to go to the pool while it was raining. And so I would be the kid that they had to kick out of the pool because there was lightning.
Yeah.
That was totally me. But they tried really hard to give me all the things that I wanted. And my dad was
That's all
never...
you could do, you know. That's all you can do.
Well, and my
In all
dad,
honesty.
despite being not very good at giving me the things that I wanted, my dad was really good at, like, encouraging my intellectual pursuits. So, when I wanted to try and build stuff, my dad gave me a fucking hammer, and he gave me some spare wood, and he told me where the nails were. And he let me do. You know, sure, I was a little girl who was prone to damaging herself. He didn't
How
care.
old?
He's like, oh, he let me have, he bought me my own hammer. It was one of those little tiny hammers. It was a little claw hammer, but it was a little tiny. It was like maybe a pound and a half. Like, it's this tiny ass fucking hammer. And I was probably 10 when I got my own hammer. And we had always been trying to, like, get into the tools and stuff, because that's just how we were. So he bought me my own hammer so that I would stop trying to steal his, because I was gonna hurt myself, like, severely with his. And we'd run, jump, climb, like, all of that stuff. And he never, yeah, he would be frustrated with the fact that we were very unladylike. He never, like, insisted we stopped being unladylike. He was just frustrated that, like, he's like, could you put a skirt on that belt? You sound like you're a frat boy gorilla. I'm like, well, Dad. Like, he never
Or to be the
like,
bearer of bad news.
sorry, Dad. Got some news for you here. I'm going to be competing against the frat boys and their gorillas.
Animal House, anybody?
Right? And I've always had real solid set of lungs on me. Good diaphragm support, and let me tell you, if anything will make for damn decent burps, diaphragm support will do that. So, he was plumb out of luck with that particular one.
Lol.
But, like, we were never told, I wanted Legos. My dad thought that was great. We wanted to be able to play video games. My dad thought there was nothing wrong with that. So, like, we were never told that, like, because we were girls, we couldn't do insert thing here, because that was a boy thing. We watched Star Trek. We had action figures. Our action figures played with the Legos and the Barbie dolls. Like, we were never told that we were wrong for our likes, our dislikes, for the things that we did. And it's just absolutely infuriating and baffling to me that someone might have actually told a child that, no, you don't get to do this thing that you want to do because I don't like it. Because I can absolutely fucking guarantee you that neither of my parents were particularly pleased with the wounded wildebeest when I was playing my fucking trumpet. Neither of them were particularly pleased by the fact that I was because I made some god-awful noises on that fucking instrument. Let me fucking tell you. They encouraged me to continue to practice. Yeah, sure, I made god-awful noises. My dad would tell me stories about how he had a buddy in college who could make beautiful sounds out of literally any instrument. It did not matter that it wasn't an instrument that was supposed to make beautiful sounds. At one point in time, the guy tuned a plastic violin until it actually sounded decent. A plastic fucking violin!
Okay, that's
Wow.
fucking amazeballs.
Right? Well, this guy was just incredible to the max. Like, he played everything by ear, and he could do insane things that you would never think anybody could ever actually do. But he did them.
Wow.
And apparently it was like a family trait. His whole family was that way. So, like, at one point in time, his little brother had sat down and started playing some sonata type thing. And it turns out, somebody goes to him and goes, "Oh, how long has your brother been practicing that?" And he's like, he goes to his little brother, he goes, "How many times you played that?" He's like, "This is the second time I've played it." How'd you learn it? I heard it.
How do you say it? Virtuoso. Oh, God, I don't know.
Virtuoso, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, it's like, my dad would just tell us a story about a friend of his who succeeded, magnificently at doing this thing. Go ahead, keep practicing, keep doing. I showed interest in math. My dad gave me multiplication problems before I was supposed to be doing multiplication in school. Like, he didn't give a shit. Oh, you want math? Well, math's good stuff. Here you go. So it was
Math it up.
Math.
utterly baffling. Well, and he was really good about trying to teach me how to do the math too. He was really like, he's like, okay, well, make sure you show your work so I can help you out after you're done. And then I would go through and I would show my work, and he would go through and he'd be like, okay, well, see, you forgot to carry your 1 here, so what does that fix? And then I'd go through and I'd fix it. You know? It's like, my parents were what parents are supposed to be. They weren't perfect. They were human. I have plenty of complaints. But I cannot complain about their support of me, because their support was spot on. And I have done everything I can to try and support my kids the way that my parents supported me. You know? Because it's just baffling to me to think that somebody would actually look at a child and be like,
And already limit them before they even got a chance.
as if the world isn't going to fuck with your kid enough
Exactly. Right?
on its own.
Like
Christ, why would
already
you
you're gonna
fuck
put
with your
limits,
kid?
you know? Like before they even had a go.
Yeah. It's just disgusting to me. It is a level of infuriating that it just incenses me to my core. I'm just like, no, if a kid is trying, let them try. Why would you want them to not try?
Yeah.
Don't you want them to fucking succeed in life?
It's not just that. And let's be honest here. You're not gonna get worse by practicing and trying. Like, there's not getting worse. You know, you might get discouraged. You don't improve as fast or as much as you want to, but you're not going to get worse by practicing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only way that you're going to get worse by practicing is if you practice and intentionally are heading in a direction that's going to make the thing look worse, at which point that's probably your style, and
you should just own it at that point.
You're still achieving your goal.
Yeah.
If you're getting
you're
what you
still
wanted,
getting the
that's
thing
still
that you
achieving your
wanted
goal.
out of it. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, I've got the sister of a friend of mine when I was really young. You know, I fell out, but I still follow her, and she's one of those morbid artists that that do that twisted bodies and all that.
Oh,
And she has always been into that, and her family's always supported her with it. So she sells her art now, and she does like commissions for all of this morbid bodies and almost macabre in it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all like weird and that's like I respect it. I respect it. She's stuck with that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've known her since she was like 8 years old, and she has stuck with it.
And see, that's the point, right? You don't have to like it or even understand it for it to be something that is intrinsic to the other person.
And there's a niche for everyone. You know, everybody, like, no matter what you like, there's going to be a crowd for it. It might take time to find it, but they're out there. They're out there. No doubt.
And see, that's what's always been my problem is I have always limited myself based on what someone else thought was worth spending time on. And it has...
Yeah.
I probably haven't in the past been able to understand how that has really kind of fucked me over, but I am now far more aware of how that has pretty much fucked me over.
Get your freak on, own it.
You know, because
Monster fuckers unite.
Yes. The stream is coming soon. All right, anyway. But like I can like pinpoint now looking back like all the ways that I could have succeeded if I just hadn't limited myself. And there's so many things that I don't know that I would have found out and learned how to do if I hadn't just limited myself. And the only reason I ever did was because someone else decided that it wasn't worthwhile doing. And it's like, gee, thanks.
You know my opinions on all that.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
What?
Said you know my opinions.
Yeah. Stab him with a fork. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, you're not
She's
wrong.
not joking. though. You're not wrong. and She's not joking. Carol's over there. Punch him in the teeth. Stab him with a fork. Punch
Mhm.
him.
Don't mind me.
You know, there's
Oh, damn it.
not a fully agreeing opinions about punching in the teeth
Uh-huh.
because teeth are hard, and they're literally, the whole purpose is to cut meat.
Oh, don't
You know,
aim for the
you
eye.
don't want to punch in the teeth. You
Yeah.
want to punch in the soft parts.
No teeth punching. Let's not do
No
that.
teeth punching. No jaw and cheek. Those are hard bones. You know, punch in the soft parts.
No, go for the nose or the eye.
Mhm.
The eyes with the finger. That's a good one.
But the nose is best because if you break it, then even if you don't, then
Yeah.
they're still gonna war. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but even the nose with a fist. You know, if you get the nose with an elbow, that's better. Like less pain on you.
A good way to do the nose, so I've been told, is to take the butt of your hand and
Yeah,
just go,
and go
bam,
up,
like right
yeah.
up.
That's a good way to kill a
Punching the
dude.
nose inside their skull.
That it
kind of
is.
thing.
If you're ever in a
Yep.
situation where you have to hit somebody in the nose, potentially, it might not matter that that's a good way to kill them, if you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
yes,
So,
It depends on
specify
it depends
that
on
that's a
the
good way to
severity
kill
of
a
the
body.
situation.
I mean, yep, that's true. That is true.
Oh, so this is random, but but the talk of hitting people reminded me of it. And so, at one point in time, now this is back before I grew as a person and stopped hitting my friends. One of my buddies dared me to hit him,
Oh no.
Oh no!
and
Yeah,
luckily
I know where this
aimed
story is
for his-
going because I had the
luckily
same.
I aimed for his shoulder. But I was going to smack him. He made a comment as I was swinging, and I closed my fist right before I hit him.
Oh!
And slugged him
Go on,
straight
go
in the
on.
fucking shoulder.
Here you go.
hard
He's
enough to
coming.
go- and
I
He's
mean,
like,
he had it
holy
coming.
shit!
He had it coming. Had it coming.
Oh man, that's
He
great.
made a comment
It's a
while
well-deserved
I was
punch.
swing, so I was like, yeah, that. I like knocked him. I like knocked him for a little bit of, not like a loop, but like I knocked him over, and he's like, "Holy shit!" He goes, "Did you close your fist while you were swinging?" I'm like,
Yeah.
I think so. And he's like, "Dude, do you have any idea how hard that kind of punch is?" I'm like, "No. Are you okay?"
Lol.
I had somebody dare me to knock him down once.
Uh
No.
oh. Uh oh. Hey, they dared ya. They should have known.
They dared. I mean that. Come on.
That's what
And
happens.
one time,
Ask for it,
Yeah,
you might
one-
get it.
yeah, and one
Careful
time
what
somebody
you wish
startled
for.
me. Somebody startled me, and they were like, they grabbed my shoulder, and I
Uh-oh.
just went swinging.
See, that's the thing. You got to be careful.
Really? And like, I felt awful because I really didn't mean to. And as don't fucking grab me. Don't grab me. I hate being grabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Even the children, you know, if they're grabbing me and pulling me, I'm like, listen, I don't like being grabbed. Please don't do that. It's not nice to have that done to you. Don't grab me. I don't like it. This is an aversion about it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I have a very similar thing. Like I will not tolerate kids biting me.
you know, you're allowed to set boundaries, even with
Yeah.
children. You know,
Especially
you
with
could
children,
tell them,
really.
and if you say if you say enough times, even when they're young, they will understand. Even if it's not from the like at first when they're little, they will eventually understand. And I've told them, I've always taught them to be vocal about their discomfort. To say if you don't like something, you say I don't like it, and you say it out loud, and you say it repetitively if you have to, because you got. I mean, if you can voice your discomfort, you're that much less likely to end up in situations where you are uncomfortable because
Absolutely accurate.
there's no confusion, there's no waiting for somebody to read your body language or your physical cues. You're saying, I am uncomfortable, stop it.
Mm-hmm. It's really important that people
It is.
understand that that is something that they can and absolutely should do, because yeah, you can and absolutely should do that, because the problem is like she said, if you don't, you might find yourself in situations that you really truly honestly are uncomfortable with. And to be fair, you're going to get people who
got too
don't
far,
care
right?
about how uncomfortable you are, but that's the point, is you got to make it known. And the people who are genuine and just didn't realize it will be good about it. And then the people who are
We'll try to
not
learn.
genuine and don't give a damn, those are going to be the people where you're going to understand, oh, this is a person I don't want anything to do with, and
They
this
don't
is
respect
bad.
the boundary. Yeah,
And
exactly.
then you know who to get away from, basically.
There's no, yeah, if you are vocal about your feelings, it means that there's no wiggle room for confusion, for people to
Take
get a
advantage
one up
of.
on you.
Yeah.
That you said, you like, I told you I am
Yeah,
uncomfortable
it
with
can't
this,
be,
and you
"Oh, I didn't
continued.
know that was going to cause you a problem." Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, because I told you. I told you
Exactly.
so many times.
It's like, but I looked uncomfortable. Like, I didn't see you. No, you can't just rely on people thinking, like, because people will absolutely pretend ignorance if they
All right,
could.
I will be right back. I have to go let the kiddo onto his therapy session. So.
Okay. Absolutely make yourself heard.
Yeah. Because no one's going to listen otherwise.
Mm-hmm. See, and that's another thing that I was never really like.
Kids are meant to be seen and not heard.
Yeah, that's pretty much my life. Seen, not heard,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up kind of thing.
I know.
And
Yeah.
so I don't think I have it anymore, do I? I do, kind of. Is that the line? Is that my line? So there's basically, long story short, there's situations that I have been in that, or even sometimes just been at threat of being in, that I shouldn't have and wouldn't have had I known that it was okay to speak my mind.
Mm-hmm.
However, I can say that thankfully I have had a pretty good sixth sense when it comes to certain situations. Not all, but some. And
Intuition.
yeah, and there are some situations where I literally avoided it just by not doing the thing. I may not have said anything, but I didn't participate or allow participation, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't stay in the situation that would have caused me problem. But like always being taught that you are to be seen, not heard, and that everyone else takes priority over you and authority over you is really not healthy, because that basically makes it to where people can just do whatever they want and you're not allowed to say no to it.
It removes your autonomy, your ability to choose for yourself. And a lot of parents, especially old school parents, don't realize how far and how deep that that goes, and how long into life that lasts, that thinking of, I shouldn't voice my opinion because no one's going to want to hear it, no one's going to care, it's not going to make a difference. And it's such a toxic way of thinking, because you end up being your own perpetrator by,
Your own worst enemy.
even when you're an adult, you stop yourself from the things that you need. You keep yourself away from it because you still hear that voice in your head telling you, just be quiet. Why are you even saying anything? It's not your business, not your job to and it's messed up.
Very.
Well, and
Basically.
like with Hubs, his big problem is he's like, I need to deal with this myself. This is
Yeah.
my problem. This is my
That's
damage.
his toxic trait. Yeah.
I
not
shouldn't
not allowing any
burden
help,
other
not asking
people
for
with
help.
that. Yeah, and it drives me crazy because obviously, you know, I have decided that I care whether or not he is doing well and whether or not he is burdened, and I don't find him to be a burden. That does not change the fact that he still views himself as a burden, regardless of any positive reinforcements or otherwise. He tries to make himself the least burdenous that he can.
Right. I got a BRB, but I will in fact
Okay.
BRB.
Okay.
Kinda wish she would have left it zoomed in on his crotch again, because that was hilarious. I keep running into this fucking picture when she's zoomed in on his crotch. I wonder if she heard me, so she closed it down.
I mean, I do think that it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy with you.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help any that I'm over here like zoomed in on it. I'm like, fluffy. That's a little fluffy.
It
I
does
like a
look
little
much more
fluffy.
fluffy than curly, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're fluffy. Much fluffy. Very
like
fluffy.
furry.
It's very, 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 very poofy.
A lot of volume.
I'm over here like, yeah, let's do this. Because I'm nothing if not inappropriate panda, but you know, that's just the way of things. Over here trying to get some stuff written on this little OC story of mine, and I'm just like, no, let's go back to the sex. And I'm like, no, I need to actually move the plot forward. No, let's go back to the sex. No, stop. Bad. Stop that. Silly.
You know, I've been catching up to After the End.
Yeah.
Have you
She sent
seen
me
my
a little
comment?
She sent me a screenshot of one of your comments. I haven't gone through and actually read up on your comments or anything, but
I haven't
yeah.
I haven't left loads because normally the nature of my comments can also be corrections and whatever. And because this is long since posted, this is no point.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of times I would, bring the discussion over to private messages because it's gonna be a lengthy one.
Yeah.
So I don't bother leaving a comment. But sometimes, you just got to.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I mean, what struck me was that, like, God, it's just constant. That's smart. It's constant because
It is
so
pretty
much
smutty.
of it going on.
Yeah, it is pretty smutty, but that's actually kind of part of the thing that's going on is that they are both kind of ramped up and ready.
Yeah, but I mean everybody.
Yeah.
It's not just those two. Yeah, it's all of them. It's like the season.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I just find it amusing, I'm like, oh my god, another one? But they're all unique, every scene in their intention and purpose.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I found it very amusing.
Highly amusing.
Highly amusing. Entertaining.
Mhm.
It's like almost like watching, not, I wouldn't say a train wreck because it's not that tragic, but
But it is definitely like
in
something
Austin
that's
Powers,
happening and you can't look away.
yeah, in Austin Powers, there's that scene where they're in that little mobile thing, the little floor cleaner, and the
Mhm.
guy's like
Zamboni.
well away, and he just would go, oh my god, and he just wouldn't move.
Inevitably.
It's kind of like that. It's like taking something that is kind of sad, but also like it's a little bit funny as well because you're being difficult, but why are you being difficult?
Yeah.
The solution is very obvious.
Should start thinking about what I want to make for supper. I've got a whole thing of sausage upstairs. A great big thing of sausage. I should probably figure out something to do with that.
What else have you got?
I mean, I have quite a bit of other stuff. I've got, this great big old thing of fucking sausage. I'm kind of thinking that I should do something casserole-ish. The only problem is it's more sausage. If it was hamburger, it wouldn't be a fucking problem. I just use it as it is. But since it's sausage, I don't know whether it's spicy sausage or if it's just pork. And if
By
it's spicy,
hamburger, you mean
Hmm?
mincemeat, right?
when I say hamburger, I mean ground beef.
Okay, like minced meat, yes, ground beef, yes.
Yes, and so I have sausage, which would be minced pork, but I don't know whether or not it's just minced pork.
Is that
or
what
if
it
it's
means?
Spiced minced pork.
That's the distinction. You say sausage for pork and hamburger for beef, and that's just ground meat.
Yeah. Hamburger is just ground beef.
Wow, I never
ground
knew.
up, put into
Okay.
like when you say hamburger here in the States, at least, when you say hamburger, you mean and you don't mean a patty, you mean hamburger meat. So that would
Why
be
not just ground beef?
sometimes we say it ground beef. It's actually kind of a colloquial thing.
Okay.
Around here, you pretty much, like, if you mean ground beef, you pretty much say hamburger. Despite the fact that, like, I put like, if I were to say that I'm going to make tater tot casserole, I might specify that I'm going to put hamburger in it
Okay.
to mean that I'm going to put ground beef in it. It's just
So-
the way that we say it, honestly.
Okay. So now that because when you said sausage, I thought actual sausages, and I'm like, okay, what do I know
sausages,
that
no.
can make
Yeah,
sausages?
that's why.
But if
that's
you
why
mean meat, just
Yeah.
the meat, why don't you make a shepherd's pie or a cottage pie, whatever? Lovely. Can add just about any vegetable to it. Potatoes
the
on
issue
top.
here
You're
is
done.
literally how much it is. It's frozen in a solid block, and it's somewhere
thought-
between somewhere between 2.5 and 3 pounds.
Okay.
So that
So
is a hellacious amount of sausage.
So what you
and
could do, what I would do in your case, I would make like half of that into a shepherd's pie, save half, and make something like bolognese or like taco meat or whatever, whatever you guys have for meat. And I would make 2 portions because while it's raw, it goes off a lot
frozen right
quicker.
now. See, that's the
but
thing, is
still raw.
it's frozen right now. So
Wait, have you not taken it
I-
out though to defrost?
No, I haven't taken it out at all.
Mm.
It's still in the freeze. And the
Okay.
issue is I actually don't know what it was meat gifted to us.
Okay.
So I don't know. So it's not like I purchased this meat like
Intending
going,
to use
okay,
it and
well,
like
this
make a
I
plan
will
for it.
use it in such and such, and then it just
Okay.
turns out that I'm like looking at it and going, oh, I bought this in too large of a package and stuck it directly in the freezer. What the hell's wrong with me? This is I got a lump of frozen sausage meat, and I don't know whether or not it is like breakfast sausage meat. I don't know if it is spicy sausage. I don't know if it's like Italian sausage meat. I don't know if it's just straight up pork, and therefore it is ground pork, but it is that is it. Like that it's not got any spices in it. So I have to actually like see if I can find, because it was pre-cut into, usable chunks, but the usable chunks were huge, enormous usable chunks. So I'm going to probably have to cook it like ground beef and do that. But I don't know whether or not I need to, if it's spicy, I need to mix it with burger. Because if it's spicy, I need to dull it down, which means I will have to portion it off into like thirds or quarters and then put a pound of hamburger in with it and do something like that. If that was the case, if it turns out it's spicy, I'll probably just make a double batch of spaghetti.
Could you not? Well, I mean, could you see how spicy it is?
Depends entirely on whether or not it's marked on the packaging. Like I said, the package is a great big tube that was cut down into smaller chunks. And I don't know, and I haven't actually inspected it fully to see whether or not it's actually listed as what kind of meat it is. When it was given to me, I was just told it was sausage, which, unfortunately, around here could mean anything from breakfast sausage or plain pork to 5-alarm chili sausage.
Okay.
So I will have to figure out what it is before
I mean,
actually.
Do you have any green herbs? Like we're talking fresh parsley, coriander.
No, not at all.
None.
Unfortunately, it
What about
turns out
mint?
I do
Have you got
not.
mint?
I do not have. Literally, do not have any fresh
got-
herbs.
Have you got any dry?
I have some dried stuff, but I couldn't tell you. I know I don't have mint because I don't like
Okay, what
mint.
about parsley?
Parsley is one that I don't usually use, so I might have some, but it's probably
dry.
I'm dry
What about
as
coriander?
well. Yeah, I'm a coriander. I might have ground coriander.
Oh, not as good as the herb, fresh or dry. But ground is good. Ground is good. It'll give good flavor. So, back home you got a really nice recipe for, it's, I guess you could kind of call it sort of like mini burgers, but we call it kebab. There you basically make tiny patties and it's full of herbs and greens, and you fry that and it goes really nice. Yes, traditionally you would have beef with lamb fat mixed into it, and then it makes it really juicy and not dry, because that's part of the point. For me personally, I don't bother with the lamb fat because the meat I use is a 1 part beef and 1 part lamb, ground lamb. It costs the same here, and it makes it really, really nice flavors to it. It gives it a lot of hydration because beef could get so dry. Not that I cook it dry, because I know.
It just gets that way.
Yeah, Shay has showed me how she does hers, and I've seen how Americans do it, and it's so fucking dry. I kind of go like, ooh.
What are we talking about? What dish are we talking about?
Just beef, beef.
Generally speaking, prepping beef, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I would never have dreamed to cook beef on its own with nothing. That's just not what we do.
Yeah, that's just how we do.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yep.
just. Oof, I mean,
In
oof.
fairness, though, most of the time, if you're doing like ground beef, and like making burgers, like if I'm making burgers, I usually add in an egg and spices and
Yeah, and egg.
and
Egg
stuff
is
like that.
basic. Egg is pretty good.
But like if I'm
But it's
just
still very
frying,
dry. Oh, I mean, like seeing it like that, and it's so brown. It's so gray.
Is it not supposed to
looking.
be brown?
It's not. No.
Like once
Well,
it's cooked? Like I'm confused.
It makes me. No, but it's gray.
she's
Hey,
talking about
I've seen
particular
people.
color
I've
brown.
seen people in Americans, like in making videos about cooking, and they take all the fat out. They kind of spoon it out, and I'm like,
for sure.
like that's what gives it. That's what makes it not dry.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Oh,
There
boy.
is kind of a 50-50 on this. See, if you start off with a lot of those people you're seeing who are bleeding it off, or like I have seen people take hamburger and strain it on a towel.
Oh my god, yeah,
Oh.
I've seen that in a sieve as well. I've seen
In a sieve,
Oh.
and usually they'll put it on a towel and completely dry it out. Now, the only reason you should ever do that is if you're going to put it in something that's got like butter, grease, like it's something that's already going to be
What's the point of
ridiculously
having the
bad.
butter by then? Why would you put more
Because
butter
you
or
want the
grease?
butter flavor as opposed to the hamburger grease flavor.
Yeah, there's people who genuinely don't like the actual like fatty, greasy taste of the burger
thing
meat
is-
itself.
The impression you get from videos like that is I feel like you're kind of trying to strain the fat out of the meat. But
Yeah,
if
that is
you're,
exactly what you're doing.
yeah, exactly. But if you're that, you see, me personally, to me, when I was 18 and freshly on my own and having to fend for myself because I was the third child, my older sisters were the ones to cook. So when I was 18 and left home, I didn't know how to boil pasta. I didn't know how to make rice. I knew nothing. I had to teach myself everything because I was away from my mom from a different country and stranded on my own. So I taught everything I had to do by myself. And when I was 18, there was the whole scandal in England about the horse meat.
Oh.
That they were selling horse meat in the pre-packaged in the supermarket. And that just fucked me over mentally. I just, to this day, can't bring myself to buy pre-packaged meat. I go to a butcher, and it's really good prices. This is good. I go to a butcher, and I choose the slice, and they make it for me then. And furthermore, I go to a butcher that sells only beef or lamb. Not to the other meats because they don't clean the mincing machine between. And if I go to a place that sells pork, I'm gonna get pork in my food, in my meat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and
Sorry.
and it's screwed me over mentally, of thinking, oh my god, you can't trust anything. Can't trust anything.
Hypocritical beans.
So, I just don't. I managed to kind of make my own way in the world, because obviously back home I don't have to worry about stuff like that. I never had to think about it. Never had to think about, like, whether there's gonna be any butter in my in this bread, milk, or in this bread, because oftentimes in Europe you get a lot of milk and breads. And if I have to be careful whether or not I eat anything meat with it, because while I'm not super strict, I don't want to. It's a choice I've made and a decision I've made to not mix, and it's just constant vigilance. Constant. It's like an allergy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be so aware of ingredients
Yeah.
because
So-
they're not going to do any favors here. And it's like, it's a mind trip because, like I said, it's from going from a place where everything is safe. You can eat anything, you can pick up anything in the supermarket and it will be safe, to realizing over and over again how much I need to be careful. And for example, the innocence of it, right? When we first went to Holland, we stayed in a hotel. I didn't want to go out. I ordered room service, just a plate of bolognese. But I wasn't so stupid as to just trust it blindly. I called them and I said, "Is the meat only beef?" And they said, "Yes, meat is only beef. That's how it's advertised." Okay, great. Give it to me. I ate. Fine. I go back some months later with somewhat more knowledge and I ask, "Is the bolognese only beef?" They said, "Yes, it's only beef." I said, "Can you please ask the chef?" Guess what? It wasn't. It was not only beef.
Of course not.
So it's really annoying to have to continuously ask, "Can you please go back and ask?" Because I've had experiences before that taught me that it's not always so.
Yup. And see, for a lot
you
of
get
people, it
disappointed.
doesn't matter, so they don't care. They don't think about it.
Exactly. Pork
Yeah,
is,
see, for me, it wouldn't be a problem.
you say pork is cheap. Why wouldn't they mix?
I mean, yeah.
I was going to try and explain the reason that especially Americans will drain the fat.
Oh yeah,
It's-
yeah. Sorry, I just
It's okay,
remembered
it's okay,
why
you've got-
I started on the whole thing with the butcher. Yes, you just reminded me, and I was just thinking, wait a minute. If you don't like it that much, just ask the butcher to remove the fat from the meat before biting it. That's what you do.
Okay, so
You
get
ask for a
this.
slice with no meat, with no fat. You know,
Now-
you can see the fat. It's obvious. Just cut it out. Then you don't have fat.
So
Yes.
what's really
Please
funny
continue. I'm so
is-
sorry.
what's super funny is a lot of the time when you're like, oh, the meat is so gray, it's because they're draining the fat off of a piece of meat that is like 90% lean, 95% lean.
Exactly. It
And-
already doesn't have much liquid in it and much hydration,
Mhm.
and then you take it out even more.
See, now on the other hand, I like my food cooked in the fat, but I don't necessarily want all that fat. So, yeah, I could buy leaner cuts, leaner meat, and then just cook it and leave it in, which is what I do with chicken. I don't drain off chicken. Like if I've got ground chicken, it doesn't get drained. In fact, I add fat into chicken. A lot.
Chicken
There's
gets
several
dried
meats
really
that I do
quick.
that because otherwise it dries out so badly.
So quickly as well. You just turn away for a minute and it's
Just
gone.
a second, and it's just gone. There's
Yeah.
no moisture.
You have to add. I like to add stock if it gets a bit dry because it gives it a nice flavor as well.
Yeah.
Trust me.
But with what I'm doing, I am usually buying something like 80-20.
80%.
while-
Yeah.
80% meat, 20% fat. So I'm buying something that has plenty of fat. And I will cook off some of the fat, but then like when I drain out the fat, I just suction out most of the fat. And then, first off, I cooked it in the fat. So some of that fat remains in the meat. And then second off, I'm not patting my dry and putting the meat in a paper towel to be
In a
sure
sieve.
that all the fat
Oh my god.
even and drain. No, I
Kinda
just take the
horrific.
fucking- I just tip the fucking
And like,
pan over on its side, and I suction out the fat from the puddle that it gets in the pan. And then once I can't suction it out, which there's still some fat left in the pan, then I set it flat again and I stir it all back in. You know, it's like I understand the kind of disgust from people being like, here, I took this, 95% lean meat, cooked the living piss out of it, and then
it's so
I put it in a
rubbery.
paper towel.
It looks so rubbery. It's so gross. Like, no,
Looks like
keep it away
shoe
from
leather
me.
most of the time.
Okay, get this. My mom has forever and a day been wanting to replicate the burgers of her past, which are super greasy burgers. Okay. She only wants us to buy 90 to 95%.
How are you going to get greasy burgers if you have 90%?
Fuck if I know.
Like, what are you supposed to fucking do?
Fuck if I know.
You know what you should. You know what you should do. You know what would work really, really well for that. You know what would actually fucking work in that situation.
What?
And you're going to understand why this is so funny in just a second. What you should do is you should get some fucking bacon grease. And dip those motherfuckers in bacon grease.
Oh no, that
Hypocritical
reminds
beings.
me. It's so
Yeah,
hard.
we're
That's why I don't go out to eat in restaurants. If I do, I eat only fish or vegetarian because everything's in fucking butter. Everything's in butter. You're just not getting away with it.
Yeah, yeah. That's very
Everything
true.
is cooked in butter. Like, everything. I went to this, oh god, it's just, it's really hard.
I got some bad news for you if you ever come around here. Let me tell you, you're not necessarily safe eating fish or chicken from the butter, because let me tell you.
No, not chicken, vegetarian. Because fish you can eat with butter. Fish is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, there's two different opinions to it. There's the Ashkenazi and the Sephardi sort of mentality, which my dad had elaborately explained to me, which one he supports, you can imagine. And yeah, because I was like, oh yeah, put some smoked salmon with my the cream cheese toast or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's like, you're not supposed to eat this, and I'm like,
and
I'm like that.
Deal with it, bro.
No, he's the kind of man that when I had my eldest daughter, I wasn't married, and he was like, I can't sleep over at your house. You're not married. I'm like, I just had a baby.
And first of all, I'm your fucking daughter, bitch. Like, what the hell is that bullshit?
Really? That was the same trip where he was telling me loads of very disturbing things I would rather not say in public, and I just flipped.
I hope you don't talk to him.
Flipped out. I don't.
Good.
Everybody keeps telling me like, just answer the phone. He's
No.
getting old, you'll regret it.
No,
you'll
bitches.
regret it
Like,
when you're older. And I'm like, I don't regret it now.
no. God, no.
I don't regret it now.
Okay, you know what I would say? Okay, I might regret it when I'm older. You know what I will regret right now? Talking to him.
Yeah.
It's just I see him calling me and messaging me, and it's just I kind of there's that like sort of mental debate: pick up, don't pick up, pick up, don't pick up, and
Don't 100%.
I just get stuck in that, in that like I can't move on from pick up or don't pick up. I'm frozen in it, and then I'm just like, and then he just goes away, and I'm like, okay.
Well, never mind.
So he made the choice for me. He hung up.
There you go. That's one way to put it. Yeah, no, that's no. This is some horse shit.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, I understand like being weirded out by what some people do for cooking, because there's a lot of shit that I look at and go, oh, why no?
The thing is, right, I cannot fathom cooking meat or anything like that with no sauce, with no like flavor, with nothing. You know, I feel like Uncle
in
Roger.
fairness,
I
though,
feel like
in
Uncle
fairness
Roger
to
say,
us,
"Where's the flavor?"
in fairness to us, we have good tasting meat. Like
I
one
mean,
of the things
where
that's
you're living, there is, because that's what you told me. That's
yeah,
all you have. You have meat,
yeah.
you know, but
Well, and the
not
thing is
necessarily other places.
oh yeah, no, definitely not. But where I'm living, like part of the reason why, especially in the Midwest, you get these people who are just like slab-o meat. Just put salt and pepper on it at most
Um,
because you don't want to
but,
obscure
See,
the
'cause
flavor
that's
of your
what's it called?
slab-o meat.
Ron Swanson or whatever from Parks and Rec.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the reason that we're like that all the way through the center of the fucking US is because we have damn good tasting pigs, cows, like
It's literally that's
very
how
tasty
they're raised.
motherfuckers.
They have
Yeah.
special feed. They like they're monitored from
Okay.
birth.
So,
Basically, they are
but
raised to be
there's a
good tasting.
difference. Okay, but there's a difference with just making a burger plain with no with no seasoning, with no spices and whatnot, and just letting the natural flavor come through. And there's a difference from that and from sucking the life out of it
Oh yeah,
and just
absolutely.
That's true.
draining it dry and cooking it gray and draining it dry.
Yeah.
There's just
Oh
I
no,
just can't
like
if you're
no,
gonna do that, I
no
just don't
contest there.
understand why not put some sauce in it. Anything.
Well, and
But then again, I wasn't raised on dry taco meat, you know, and like stuff like that. That wasn't my life.
yeah.
So it's hard
Well,
to.
and see, that's the thing. Like that's being that's how like someone may have been raised. That's what they think is good. You know,
Yeah,
they think
exactly.
that's good.
I mean, there
Or
are
to them,
things
that
that I like,
genuinely
I'm
is just
sure
what
other
tastes
people
good to
don't.
them. Some people just aren't big on spices or
Yeah,
things like that.
Lynn said herself that she doesn't like spices so much, and you know, and
It's
I'm like, I
not
respect that.
spices, it's spicy, which is funny
Yeah.
that I make that I specify that there's a difference. But
Well, there is because there's hot spicy, as I tell my
yeah.
daughters. There's hot spicy and there's aromatic spicy, and
Yeah,
those
and
two are very different.
in fairness, I actually find many things that other people don't find spicy because I am what I like to call white with extra H's on it.
White.
I am not just white, white. And that definitely does alter the things that I am tolerant of. And then it doesn't
Yeah.
help any that poor Hubs actually he grew up down in the South, and so like he likes the flavor of all the like of Cajun
I mean,
seasoning
on that
and lemon
note,
pepper and all of this stuff, and I'm over here like going, it's too spicy. And he
On
can't handle it anymore because he's got his stomach won't tolerate it anymore.
I mean, I really feel like what you're saying is again, like the second school of thought of what I imagine American cooking is, because you either see the people that suck the life out of food, you know, and like just eat things really bland, or over season it that so much that you can't even taste what you're supposed to be tasting. It's tasting. You may as well just put it on a spoon and just eat the powder. You know? Like
genuinely,
it's almost turning my stomach, because the whole point of my cooking is to bring out the natural. You know, you're just enhancing what's already there. You know, or adding a little bit of a twist, but you're not drowning it.
I mean, sorry, nothing. I'm talking to myself.
What?
Having
Nothing.
problems over there, part?
Yes.
What?
I am having problems. Please continue. Don't mind me.
What about?
Don't mind me.
Oh, having drawing problems. She's having problems with her lines.
The pen is malfunctioning occasionally while I'm trying to get this line done.
I saw what it was doing.
I'm here playing Diablo. I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
The phone is resting on my chest, so that's why if it sounds too loud at times, it's the only way that I can be able to hear you properly because of my hearing. And
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Totally.
Anyway,
Fine.
please continue.
I don't know. I lost my headphones
Overspiced
somewhere in the
foods.
house. I
Oh.
went for a run the other day and I placed them in the kitchen, and somehow they got moved, as in
Gee,
this
I
magical
wonder.
haunted house of mine, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it got moved, and I don't know where it is now, which really sucks because they're AirPods.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah,
suck.
that does suck really bad. At least it's
Plus
not like
I don't-
mine, where it's like every time if I don't put my freaking headphones up because they have a cord, if I don't put my headphones up, somebody's gonna crunch them.
Why?
No, the cats. The cats are gonna chew them.
Cat. He's like cord. He's a little.
Oh,
demon-
didn't you say the
demon
other
child.
day? I remember you saying that was trying to eat your computer cables.
He was sniffing at him. I was like, no,
That's
no, sir, we do not.
That's what I do with the dog every time she gets close to an open lid toilet. No matter how much I nag to everybody, just close the goddamn lid. You know, just close it.
We have a cat that will climb into the toilet to drink out of the toilet bowl. Needless to say, when he comes up to you and he has wet little paws, that means he's had his paws in the toilet.
Oh
And that is
no!
disgusting.
why I had to start closing my
no.
toilet, because my cat would do the same thing. He'd get up there. He wouldn't so much drink it, but he wanted to play in the water.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
So we put out little bowls of water for the cats in the bathroom so they have something to go get a drink out of. But every time I come out of the bathroom, I'm like, close the lid, close the lid, close the lid, close the lid. Because otherwise, old man
But
will.
it's gross
will
to leave the
really
lid open
fall.
anyway. You know, it's gross to leave the lid open anyway. I try to teach my daughters. I'm like, do you like having fecal matter on your toothbrushes? You don't? Close the lid.
I don't know how your toilets flush, my dear.
Actually,
No, it goes
no,
in the
it's even
air.
our
It
toilets
goes
do
in
that
the
too.
air. It's made
The
many
thing
studies
is-
about this.
Is where when the water starts flowing, it can aerosolize some of the liquid from the
Yeah.
toilet,
Hmm.
and therefore, if you don't close the toilet lid before you
Yep.
flush it, you can actually get aerosolized fecal matter on your toothbrush throughout your bathroom.
All over.
It is an unfun thing to contemplate, but it is there is actually scientific evidence
Oh,
that
they
our
did the
toilets
thing with
do
the
this too.
petri dish. You know, where you held petri dishes like at 20 centimeters or 20 inches and then 30 inches above. Two dishes with the lid closed, and two with the open, and they absolutely had both 20 inches and 30 inches of the open lid. Both of those had, growths on it, and the two without had not.
Yeah.
And
It is-
this
Well, I'm happy my
experiment has been
toilet actually
repeated.
isn't in the same room. Damn, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. In Holland, they have separate toilets to the bathroom, so you would only have a toilet in it.
Good. Ew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is actually one of those things that I'm kind of weirded out that that isn't a thing. Like that's not a thing around here, but it makes so much sense. Like
It does, because if someone wants to
just
use the
for-
toilet but not shower, both
well,
people
and
can
like
have
what if
privacy.
the situation I have here in my house, we have 4 people living here, 2 bathrooms. That means that and both of the bathrooms have showers in it, that means if 2 people need to shower at the same time, they can, but that also means that no one can use the shitter.
Yeah. See, that's why I don't like it, because, I'm sorry, but I don't necessarily want to share, quote, the shitter with someone while I'm trying to take a shower, like.
Exactly.
I don't have a problem with my kids coming in.
Home.
I don't have a problem with my kids coming in, but like I also totally understand why both of them are like, yeah, please don't even like pretend to come into the bathroom while I'm in the shower, because I'm like,
It's
yeah,
really stressful.
it is. Well, and I don't, even though I don't care, it's because I am a shameless nudist, and I understand that not everybody is okay with the way that they look, and they may not be chill with having other people in the bathroom. I mean, I have literally used my body to sustain both of these other creatures. If I had someone else living in our house, I think I might have a problem with them coming into the bathroom and using the shitter while I was showering. You know,
But with your own children, obviously you don't
with
care
my
so
own children,
much.
I don't give a fuck. They've each latched onto my titties and they both fell out of my vagina. So they're my crotch goblins. They just deal with it. But yeah, it's kind of like there are things that I'm okay with because they're my kids. I understand that they're not going to be okay the same way back. Like if they have to use the bathroom while I'm in the shower, I'll be like, just let me know that that's what you're doing. You know, that's fine. Whatever, dude.
This is basic, basic respect, right? Like,
Yeah, but like, they would be much more comfortable if the bathroom was not directly attached to the fucking shower.
Yeah.
If the shitter was not facing directly into the shower, and I can't blame them for that. That is one of those things where I was always like, oh man, they've got like a water closet and a bathroom. That's their bathroom is actually just for bathing. That is really cool. That is an interesting concept. But
like it shouldn't just be an interesting concept. Like it should just be that way.
It really shouldn't. It really shouldn't. I mean, it can be kind of handy to have a shitter in the bathroom when you are in the shower and suddenly the call of nature screams at you and you're like, oh dear. And that way you don't have to waddle through the house to get to the shitter. But, I mean, how often is that the problem that you're having? Not very fucking often.
Right? No, I mean, hopefully.
I mean, let's be real here. I have had to do that more than once. But I've had hair dripping water down my back directly into the toilet. That is definitely something I've had to do. But
I've been talking for the last 30 minutes and forgot I was on mute.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh, I've done that.
All right, guys. I have to start actually figuring out supper. I've only got a half an hour. I've got less than a half an hour. So I am going to go upstairs.
Wait, how are you going? Wait a minute. You've got half an hour. How are you going to defrost any of that if you're going to defrost it?
Microwave.
Oh no! Don't do that.
Honey, it's way too late.
Oh, I love you, Donna.
Anything other than microwave. Dude, Donna, I have a horror story for you. I have a 2-sentence horror for you, honey.
No.
Oh my God. Not gonna lie, I've been giving you our personal Gordon Ramsay for 2 minutes now.
My father used to make sloppy joes exclusively in the microwave.
Oh no.
My mother used to microwave her eggs.
I've seen that. We did like an experiment with it. It was like a whole
microwave scrambled eggs.
Yeah, I mean, in a cup. We've done it once in a cup, and he got so stuck along the edges of the cup. It was disgusting.
Ew.
Nobody ate it.
You're right.
But my father-in-law used to cook chicken breast in a bowl for his dog.
In the microwave?
In the microwave. Just chicken breast in water.
Okay, well that man was just a thing. Like
he was like his own self-proclaimed pirate, Rules did not apply to him.
No, they did not. And you know what? That yeah.
I have to go figure out food, so once I
Are you
actually
taking
have
us
my
with you?
phone back from Nibs, I will
get back on.
I will get back on.
Okay.
But he is still currently using my phone, so.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
So traumatizing you with food, eh?
I've got my own personal shower for 2 reasons.
Why?
1, because nobody wants to see my scars.
Yeah.
And 2, because I keep a gun in the shower.
Respect.
There you go.
You break into my damn house. See what happens. I don't give a
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to complain much about that.
Yep.
Be sure it's in a little plastic baggie so it doesn't get
So,
wet.
all
and
right,
wet.
go, okay, you
Yeah.
have your shower.
You have your shower there, dearie.
You're good. You're good.
I feel it though. You can still pop a round off even if it's in a plastic baggie though. So yeah.
Yes, I can.
Mhm. It works out.
Yeah, it does.
No, I don't want to take a survey about YouTube notifications. Leave me alone. Give me just a quick second. I gotta go grab my coffee, which is across the room because I just had to do that apparently. Ah! Oh yeah, I forgot to say I can drink black coffee again.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
Mm-hmm.
Black coffee?
Yeah, no cream or sugar.
But
in
you're
it.
not back on the energy drinks, are you?
I'm sipping them occasionally. Like I'm not constantly drinking them, and I'm not drinking all all in one sitting, because I just
Ooh.
frankly I can't. Like I can't do that. But yeah, I will occasionally. I got to where I was drinking them a little too regularly there for a minute, and I have gotten back off of them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it now, I have some left, and I'll use them as needed. But it's one of those things where sometimes I gotta have something because I'm not
Yep.
sleeping. So,
Yeah, I understand.
yeah. But hey, that's all right. So far, I'm getting back to just sticking with just straight coffee, and I'm actually really happy I can drink black coffee again because it was just such a weird thing. I just don't understand how COVID robbed my ability to
Just
tolerate coffee. Like I couldn't even get it
That's such
past
a
my
weird
mouth. Like I
little
wanted to
nuance.
throw up just trying
Like, it's such a strange little quirk, you know?
I know. It was just
Of
the
all
weirdest thing.
things, it didn't take your sense of smell, your taste.
It just
make you
coffee will
tired.
make you throw up. Like that's basically all it did. Well, that's not all it did. It did also take away my gag reflex because I can swallow pills now when I couldn't used to do that. So that's weird.
No?
Yeah. I don't know what's up with that. But
Did you get it back?
nope. It's not entirely
Wait a minute, how
gone,
did you
but
take medicine?
it's very weird.
How did you used to take medicine?
I'd have to chew it or let it dissolve. If the pill wasn't,
Damn, that's an inconvenience.
oh, I hated it.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Especially with the calcium tablets because that was just like chewing chalk.
Oh, the disgusting
Oh,
one,
it hurt. Oh man, it hurt. I couldn't do it. Eventually, I was just like, well, fuck it. I guess I'm just not doing that. And if it was any bigger,
what about crushing it to powder? There's pill crushers that make it into powder.
yeah,
you can,
that's something that I was gonna eventually do. When it really came to where I needed to do it. Like I have a tiny little mortar and piston that's like 2 inches or whatever, like specifically for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got COVID and I don't have a gag reflex no more. All right, yay.
So how did that work in terms of
Me finding out?
gag reflex stopping you from drinking pills, but then you could still eat food? How does that work?
That's a good question. Food is soft, like you're chewing it.
Yeah, but what if you disguised it like you would a dog?
It
rolled it up in cheese.
Okay, small swallows is what
But
it
you
is.
meant her eating, like how you would disguise her eating a dog for half a second there.
I'm not embarrassed to have done
It
that.
took me way too long.
Sometimes you gotta trick yourself. You know?
No, what it is I used to have to take really small swallows of food. Not as small as my mom, who basically eats, like, good God, I don't even know how. So think a teaspoon a measure, like a fourth of a, like a half of a teaspoon measuring spoon. Okay, a half teaspoon, possibly a fourth a teaspoon sometimes, depending on what it is. She'll take that as a bite of food, and she will chew that. Why you're chewing it at that point, I don't know, but she'll chew that forever. And it's basically like, why didn't you just run it through a blender, and why aren't you just drinking it? You know what I mean? Like, that's how she eats. Because hers is more anxiety-based,
Wow.
but yes. With me, I didn't
Anxiety
have...
based.
Yes.
Is it like a weird weight thing? Kind of feels like a weight thing as
Well, she definitely
like
has a
mentally.
weight thing, but it's she also has supremely high anxiety and does say that she has an active gag reflex. I've seen her choke on her food before, so she does have a really active gag reflex. What causes it is in question. Excuse me.
But it could be a developed thing, you know?
Excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, with me, I still have to take small swallows of, like, smaller swallows of stuff than, like, what maybe other people can do, but I no longer have the issue of like,
Choking.
yeah, I don't have
Throwing
that.
up. Okay.
Do not have that anymore.
You know, because it's funny that my mother-in-law has the same kind of thing where she just doesn't like big bites, and she has to have these special pills my mom buys from home because they don't have ibuprofen in such small. It's like 200 milligrams, so it's really, really tiny pills.
Oh yeah, we have that all over the place here. We don't have the big
Yeah.
ones, like, for whatever reason that you just can't get that shit. You gotta have it prescribed here.
Wow.
Yeah, here
Okay, that's
you
weird, but
only can
whatever.
get bottles of the
Beside the
200.
point.
Yeah, sorry,
Beside the
go
point.
ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, well, that's completely interesting, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
She cannot take the big ones, right?
Mhm.
She can only take the 200, and she has a weight thing too.
Yes, absolutely.
I think it's just the older generation that were taught small bites, chew for long, so you'll eat less.
Probably, yeah. And she does. She absolutely has a weight thing. She I'm not going to get into some stuff, but the point is she is very much obsessed with
That's
not
fine.
being
You don't have to. I know it's not. It's
fat, in her words. But what she qualifies as fat, it took me a long time to understand. That's just a normal fucking body. So, yeah. Anyway.
It's the smoking thing too.
Yep. She's
Yes.
a smoker.
My mother-in-law as well. Like when she stopped smoking, she's like, I gotta watch my weight so I don't get fat. You know, now that I'm not smoking anymore.
Does not help
And
you
I'm
to
like,
lose
when have you ever been fat? Yeah, she has to work hard just to gain weight. Like, and she constantly talks about her weight too. And like, and then she's like, tells me about my sister-in-law.
Fuck.
You know, the wife of her son, not her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's got weight problems in her head. She's got mental. I'm like, look at her, like,
woman,
you don't?
you've got weight problems in your head, like.
You don't.
It's
like
chronic
Jesus.
Inability to look at your own reflection.
There's no self-awareness in it. None.
Yeah.
None at all.
Absolutely none.
And I don't think she realizes how much she talks about how much she gains, if she's gained like this much or that much, and it's just and she likes to talk, oh, I've gained weight, and next to me and her overweight daughter as well. It's like, come on, man.
I've seen
It's like,
pictures of her. She
rub it
is a fucking stick.
She was really slim for a tall woman, because she's tall, you know.
Oh,
she's
is she?
She's like, yeah, she's tall. She's like a meter 75, which is nearing the 6 foot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is not.
She's a
short.
tall woman, and like, yeah. So it's it's just mind-boggling to me. I don't get it. But
Sure
that's
is.
I repeated. I find myself saying that a lot. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's over and over. I just don't understand. maybe it's my own faults, you know, that keep me from comprehending certain things.
Absolutely not. She's just fucked up.
Yeah, she doesn't I think she knows, but won't acknowledge.
I mean,
at least
it takes
loud.
a very. Some people are just too proud to acknowledge that they've got problems.
Yeah, she got problems, man. She got problems.
Mm-hmm. In some
I
instances,
mean, we all
you could
do.
say
We
maybe
all
it's
do.
too painful to acknowledge it, but
Yeah,
there's cases
yeah.
where it's definitely a pride thing. Like, oh well, no one can sense that I have weakness because I don't.
But I mean, yes.
While you're
but it's
blaring that
really
to the
convoluted.
fucking world.
No, but it's not just that. It's really convoluted because in one hand, it's like, well, I had no brother because of my situation. I had no brother, no father, no uncle, no granddad. Like it's always the male as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like no female influence. It's important apparently in the situation. I had no males to look after me, and all these men that I have married or chosen to be with abused me because of it. And it's just, I'm like, for as long as I've known you, you have fought back against anything that you didn't like. Why would you need somebody to do anything? Why would you need to? She's got
Why
a
are you
mouth on her.
constantly looking to somebody else to save you when you very clearly have the tools to save yourself?
Oh, that woman can rip anybody to shreds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's ruthless. she's one of the most ruthless people I've ever met. Like, she doesn't need anybody to come to her rescue. But I think it's like, in a fucked up way, wanted it and craved it, but only wanted it in a certain and specific way, which she knew she wasn't going to have, because it was easy to blame her staying in the situation, right? And in a fucked up situation, it's easy to blame it because someone didn't do something else, because otherwise she'd be responsible, right?
Yeah.
She'd be responsible for herself. So it's far easier to just say, well, nobody helped me and nobody came to my rescue. Nobody cared.
Sometimes that sort of attitude is what causes the person to become the zealous advocate for others. It's like, and so it can be like
it's a very martyred sort of, self-perspective, like,
yeah,
and self-image of, I am a martyr. I've done all of this and all of that, and it's just it's.
Yeah, but did you really need to? Did anyone ask you to? Is that really any way to live?
I mean,
kind of question.
God, and it's really difficult because she's such a good liar.
Yeah.
That definitely causes problems.
It's really difficult to really discern what's real and what's not, because from what she says, she's been beaten, she's been this and she's been that, and then what my husband says, that was his take, that she's a complete and utter liar, and if my dad ever hurt her, it's because she'd locked herself in the bathroom and was about to slit her wrists.
Oh, lovely.
And he was trying to stop her, stuff like that. So it's very difficult, because she sells it good. She really does. She gives you the works. And because in my nature, I'm not a liar and I'm against lying. I'm very upfront about everything. And if I choose to omit something, I would say I'm choosing to omit because I don't want to share something, but I wouldn't intentionally lie.
Well, and the thing is, even if you don't announce that you're omitting something, omitting isn't the same as lying.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're talking about something personal and you just don't want to share this thing, But what was I going to say? So, because this is my nature, I don't instinctively assume people are lying. I have to remind myself all the time.
Some people aren't.
She could be full of shit, Dana. She could be full of shit. Like,
Mhm.
don't fall for it immediately.
Exactly.
I always tell myself people are most likely full of shit, so I usually assume most people are lying.
All right.
Yeah, well,
Probably not the best way to live, but
you see, that's in the school of thought of nurture versus nature. I've nurtured myself into knowing this, but in my nature, I'd like to believe that everybody are being honest with me.
Yeah. See, mine is less that I think, like, well, same with you. It's not in my nature to lie, but ironically, it's also something that's sort of been schooled into me, which is just a nice way of saying it, that I'm supposed to trust what other people, like, at face value, I've been told, oh, well, don't just trust everything anyone says, but that was never anything that was taught. Okay. Those were just words that were used on me. That's not
People
the
are trying to
same.
trick you, deceive you.
Yeah, that's not the same as being shown by example that it's okay to question what people say. Big
Yeah,
difference.
because there's nothing quite so.
Well, that's
Mhm.
instilling distrust rather than learning to
what
not be so
what it
naive,
specifically did to me was that everyone else knows better than I do, no matter what I think. That's what I'm trying to say. It was simply
It's
one
like-
of those things where they said, "Oh, well, you can't trust anything everyone says," and said it like once, maybe twice, when scolding me about trusting something that someone said, when my entire life what I've been taught is that I must obey what is being told to me by the other party. That has been, you know what I mean? So
I just feel like
yeah.
I feel like what's been done to you is if as if someone had read a book about let's empower your children, but then reversed it and disempower your children, take away the power, take away their autonomy, take away everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Confidence.
that is
Fuck
pretty
it.
much exactly. That is
Right?
that is
That's like
a fantastic way to describe what at least I know of. Of
exactly what
raising.
I know as well. It's like
Yeah.
just-
You two are fairly equal in what you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, Lynn and I are in complete agreement about that. This is fucked up, and you should unlearn.
Yeah.
oh, I'm
We
in
are
agreement.
trying
It's
to
fucked up
unteach
too.
you.
Yeah,
I will teach you to
let's
be
flip
paranoid
the
and how to
book
kill
the
a
right
man.
way out. Let's read it from
I
the
heard
start
what you
to
said
the
there,
end,
Farrell.
rather than the end to the start.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really quite sad, actually.
It really is,
I
and
know.
it's like
I'm at a point now
Yeah.
where I can see it, where I can observe that this is happening in my head, that this is definitely something that's not good, something that never should have happened. Bless you. I know you're not sneezing, but bless you. Like
Thank you.
I'm more aware of it now, far more aware of it than I ever was before, but it's still a problem.
Yeah, it's
Well, I mean,
it's because you're still there.
Being aware is half the battle.
It's like you're getting exposed to it every day. You don't have the distance to really let it sink in. It's like you're filling a cup, but there's a hole at the bottom. So it can never be completely full. It can always be. It's a constant effort to remind yourself that this is not right. This is not okay. And because it's like in continuing the analogy of the cup, it's like you keep having to drill that fucking hole yourself too.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you won't survive in the situation you're in.
yeah. It's like you keep putting your thumb over the cup, the hole in the cup, and then the cup will go up a little ways, but then then somebody smacks your thumb away from that spot.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I just have to move my thumb away on purpose, on my own volition. Otherwise,
That's what I mean. You do it to yourself too, because like if you don't do it, you get it a whole lot worse than if someone else has to do it. Instead of removing it gently, you get like a fucking punch.
Away.
yeah, halfway break my thumb.
Which is super suckage.
Super.
super duper suckage. That's part of the reason why I.
Just in a picture.
What'd she say?
What about now? What about Pharaoh?
I said my offer still stands. Just give me a name, picture, and/or address.
That'll be a fun
Love you,
day.
Pharaoh.
Yeah. I might be going to bed soon, by the way.
What are you
So,
laughing at?
I am laughing at the way that you responded to that. That was a very entertaining way to respond to that. It's not, yeah, let's not do that. It's that'll be a day.
I make no guarantees or promises.
Yep.
Now
I'm
we're
also
at the-
gonna. I'm also not gonna say any more on that either.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Lenny, I'll bring gasoline.
we're
You
like
bring
at the king of the hill time. So it's like, yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sipping her beer. Yep.
Yep.
Donna, you bring the marshmallow sticks. I'll bring the gasoline. Lynn, you got marshmallows.
Wait. Yeah, I have to bring my own
yeah.
marshmallows. So yes.
I will bring marshmallows.
2 different
No,
marshmallow
I have to
types.
bring my own.
Yeah, you
But
bring.
I have to have ones without gelatin
Mhm.
because it's pork gelatin.
Dude, I will find the correct one.
Yeah, it's very easy, but
Bring 5 different kinds
the
of
easiest
marshmallows.
thing is just
swap
find
them all.
vegetarian or vegan marshmallows. But finding those vegan marshmallows is
Here
pain
we
me
can
off.
get some that are made with fish.
Yeah, exactly.
Fish
There
gelatin.
you might find it.
Yeah, there's the fish gelatin
Fish
ones.
gelatin's fine. Beef gelatin's fine.
It's damn near impossible to find beef gelatin, and I think it's because it tends to be toxic at a certain stage of development.
Really?
If I'm remembering this
I didn't
correctly,
know.
which I could be remembering it incorrectly, but I believe gelatin in some form or fashion has to be rendered from the fat, and with beef, it's called, I think it's called tallow as opposed to lard,
Yeah.
and tallow in a certain point in time in rendering will become toxic. And
Tallow
know.
is used for candles. That's actually wax.
well, here's what I'm getting at. There's some friends of mine that make soap. Well, I'm sorry, they're not friends
Yes.
anymore. But they would make bars of soap and they sell it at the Ren Fair and stuff like that. And well, that's how they know because they've been going through the process and they use beef tallow.
Yeah, beef tallow. Beef tallow
So
is
it's
used
no longer
in
edible.
soap and
Correct. At that point, with what they're doing, it wouldn't be
It could use
edible.
cosmetically, but just not edible.
Deep fried things.
I'm sorry, what's that, babe?
It's also what they used to use to deep fry things. McDonald's actually for a while was using beef tallow because they're fried in Japan after the whining about obesity in America. So yeah, tallow is used as lard.
Yes, tallow can be used as lard, but it's not used in gelatin.
Okay.
Because
Stuff.
what you use for making gelatin is the bones.
Oh.
Yeah, the bones and skin.
Well, never mind.
Yeah,
Must have
bones
been
and
something
skin.
else.
Well, no, you are absolutely correct about whether or not tallow is okay, because tallow was more often than not, instead of rendered down to be used later, what they would actually, the most common use of beef tallow is actually was actually candles and soap, like your friend used.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that you're, it's not that you just have the wrong body part.
Yes.
Because
That's
pectin
always a fun thing
is.
Talking to myself.
Okay. Pectin and can be
Pectin's
derived
from
from
apples.
bone. Yeah, pectin is from
But
it's from
pectin
fruits and
traditionally is
sugars.
apples.
But the thing that you get gelatin, pectin is the
Oh, hey, Matt. Every fucking
is-
time Madam comes in here to drop a lurk, I miss her. God, what? I am so sorry.
Dave.
I keep missing you. Thank you for the lurk, babe. Oh, man. I feel so bad.
But,
Literally every time. This is number 3 now that she's popped in and I've missed her. All right. Anyway,
I'm now watching the stream on Twitch that I can't see.
it's okay.
Yeah, what I keep trying to say is that pectin is the plant version of gelatin.
Yeah.
And the gelatin is a thing that you can get from. There are certain plants that actually do have gelatin in them, but mostly you get it from bones, which is how they get it. How they get gelatin from fish is they render down fish bones.
Mm-hmm.
So,
In other
And it's
words,
just
we need our because I can't really have pork related things too, and that's more health related than it is religious observance. However, both are true. So yes, me and you are going to have our vegan marshmallows, Donna.
they're made with,
Hey, y'all can have the
Pectin or-
vegan ones all you want. Just make sure the double stuffed ones are mine.
Okay. When I
Don't
could
worry.
eat them, those were like my favorite. I would get a huge fucking bag of those. And I would just eat them. I would just straight up eat them. This is years ago before my digestive issues. Now, it gave me tooth problems occasionally, but... And then, I don't know why we did this. We were insane at my construction job. But me and, I would share food. We would all share food with each other. And so I shared the bag of giant marshmallows. And then I don't remember if I had the honey or she had the honey, but me and a coworker, I was like, ooh, I wonder what it would be like if you put honey in here. And they're like, that's just straight sugar on sugar. And then the other coworker's just sitting here like, gimme. And so she literally just dug a hole and poured honey in that and just straight up ate it. And everyone's like, oh, how is it? And she's like, yep, it's sweet. It's so funny. She's like, I gotta brush my teeth now.
Fantastic. Oh, and by the way, Donna, just so you know, the bag of meat,
Sorry.
that pork that I have, no idea.
No.
There's literally no markings on it.
No.
There's literally no markings on it because I got the end.
How could that be a gift?
Gone
off, for all you know. What kind of gift is that?
It was frozen. You have to recognize, sweetheart, that that I am not exactly a wealthy person. So if somebody offers to give me meat, it doesn't matter if it's horse meat, pork, chicken. I will take it.
Have you actually eaten horse meat?
I have not eaten horse, but we have been gifted. I didn't end up eating the tongue because I had no idea how to fucking cook it. But we have been gifted a tongue. We have been gifted venison on multiple occasions, ground chicken, regular chicken scallops. Oh no, those are what are they called? They're not scallops. Scallops are an onion. They start with an S, but they're not shrimp, but they're like big shrimp.
Jumbo.
I keep wanting to say scallions, but that's the wrong thing.
No, it starts with an S. Whatever.
Scallops?
Scallops. No. There we go. Is that the right one? Is that?
I'm pretty sure you were saying the word scallops, and then you thought that was wrong.
Yeah, you said scallops, but that's not a shrimp. Scallops.
Yeah, it's scallops.
Mussels.
It's some. It's
shell?
not mussels. It starts with an S. It doesn't have any spell on it, and I don't remember what the fuck they're called. I can look, but I'm.
What does it look
right
like?
Now. It looks like a shrimp, but it's a big shrimp, like a great.
You don't
shrimp.
mean I call them crawdads. You don't mean crawdads, do you?
No, they are not
I
crawdads.
love crawdads.
Because crawdads
crawdads
look
look
like
like
teeny
crabs.
tiny. Crawdads
Lobsters.
are teeny tiny lobsters. I know exactly what a crawdad looks like because I have caught them in the river.
What is that thing in my way? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you've had
Prawn? Prawn? No.
No.
Maybe that is the right word. Hold on, I'm gonna look. What do they call?
Your husband would be going nuts right now with us sitting here like, what's the word for this?
They are scallops.
Oh, it is scallops.
They're
Okay.
not
Okay, so
They're-
that doesn't look like
they are-
shrimps.
circular, and so they look like shrimp when I was looking through the outside of the packaging.
Oh, okay.
So, well, yeah. Now that I actually look at them, no, they're definitely not.
Look at
So,
that.
yeah,
Look at all that progress. We're getting there. It's almost done.
Woohoo!
I hadn't actually
so
intended
yeah.
to finish this while here, but you know what? Fuck it,
Wow.
I'm here.
But yeah, we get gifted quite a bit of meat because we go to a church that will give us food. We go to a food bank, so we get meat and we tell them thank you.
Right?
Okay.
So essentially, it's
So-
whatever is available at the food bank.
Yes, whatever's available at the food bank. If I think I can figure out a way to use it, I will use it.
Absolutely. You do what you got to.
But yeah, so that's why
I did
I
see.
think
I was gonna say
Okay, this
you
is
don't
just
look a
horse.
gift horse in the mouth, but then I remembered that post where it said there had been one very important historical event where someone didn't look a gift horse in the mouth and they paid value. The Troy,
Yeah.
yeah,
the Trojan horse.
yes, yes.
Oh,
Yeah, so this is just straight pork. This is not sausage.
okay. So it's not seasoned or spiced.
No. This is
Just
going to be
ground pork,
interesting because
basically.
being that I didn't know what it was, I just started cooking it. And as we spoke earlier, normally I wouldn't do that with meat unless I had a plan for it, and I didn't have a plan because I didn't know what the fuck it was. So we're going to have to figure out what to fucking do with this shit.
But why wouldn't someone label it at least? I mean, okay, I get it, it's free, but
Okay, so the problem is that it came in a big tube that was labeled. Somebody
Ooh.
chopped up a tube to give it to multiple families, and I got a chunk that doesn't have any indication as to what it was.
okay.
So
Okay.
I got the end where there's no
I'm starting to get a clearer
Well.
picture.
where there's no more lettering. So yeah, that's what's going on. But we'll figure it out. It's just pork, so I mean,
You can find
I'm
something to
going
do with
to
it.
fry we'll fry it all up and then probably end up putting it in something with a sauce.
I
Fry
do,
the whole
like I
fucking
said,
thing up.
suggest shepherd's pie. It's delicious. It makes me want a shepherd's
Yeah.
pie, to be honest. I'm gonna go tomorrow and buy some meat because I ran out. And I buy like 2 kilos. That's 4 pounds. Then I separate
Yeah.
it and freeze it like that,
Mhm,
and then
yeah.
I can always pull it out and I have it ready.
Yeah. Well, and after I fry it, once it's fried, I can do things like refreeze it. It's just you can't refreeze defrosted meat.
No, you can't. We can refreeze it cooked though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing.
Yeah.
So this is at least 2 pounds. In fact, I'd say this is probably closer to 3, maybe more. It is a lot of meat. So
Look,
let's grab a
your
shepherd's
family
pie.
of 4 with 2 teenage boys. I don't think it's that much meat. I mean,
It is about twice what I would usually put in a shepherd's pie.
yeah, but
Um,
if you're thinking without leftovers, okay, yeah. But
no,
if
that
you're
is
thinking
definitely what I'm
leftovers,
thinking.
huh?
That is definitely what I'm thinking without leftovers.
Yeah,
because
exactly,
The problem
leftovers.
is,
If it's no
I'm the only-
leftovers, okay, yeah, that's a lot. But if you're thinking leftovers or reusing, for example, sometimes what I do, I make bolognese sauce, right? Tomato sauce with meat, and the kids don't like it, but I do. Then I make like sort of like my own little taco version with it,
Mhm.
and it's really yummy with the tomato sauce. Really, really good. And I just don't like the idea of the dry with nothing, but the tomato sauce is really nice.
Mhm.
And it is a
Well,
really nice reusing it.
Why won't that line go away?
I am the one who ends up having to eat all the leftovers. because
Oh.
sure, I usually get hubs. to
Can
eat
you not
a batch of leftovers the
recycle
next
sort
day.
of it? Sort of?
I mean, if I'm making shepherd's pie, not really. But
Yeah, that's true.
but if like sometimes what I'll do.
Why are
The
they
thing
not
is,
spoiled?
most
Eat
of
the
the time I have a hard
leftovers.
time getting
God.
leftovers because a pound and a half of meat just about is
God.
exactly
Eat the
the amount.
leftovers. You're such brats.
My offer still stands. I've never had shepherd pie before, but if you send me the leftovers, it will not go to waste.
Shepherd's pie is
Well,
really
and the
good
thing is
and really
it's
easy.
very good. Yeah.
Shepherd's pie is a fantastic way to have kind of like everything, and the British way of having it is with baked beans, and it's really nice. Really, really nice. I've had a lot of people say that my shepherd's pie is just as good as you might have in England, but like I guess it's mine is more cottage pie than shepherd's pie,
Yeah.
because the whole point of a shepherd's pie is that it's only lamb, shepherd,
Yeah.
and cottage is beef, but I make like mixed, so both, I guess.
You can just call it whatever the hell you want because I
And no,
call mine
let's go
shepherd's
shepherd's
pie
pie
and
because
it's got hamburger in it.
I like the
So-
sound of shepherd's pie better, if
Right.
aesthetically speaking to my ears. Shepherd's pie sounds nicer, and it's what they taught me about shepherd's pie. Obviously, it's not a dish I would have naturally known, and
Yeah.
that's how I learned of it, shepherd's pie, and it's just kind of stuck in my head, and can't I can't think of it any other way.
Same. I mean, when I was taught shepherd's pie, I was actually taught it in a cooking class. And
Well, I
it
don't
was-
think my cooking classes were the same as what you might have had.
No, they were not. No,
No.
my cooking
Very
class was
different.
actually specifically a cooking class for people who were without. It was a poor people cooking class, so it was hey, here are things you can make even if you only have a stovetop, or here are things that you can make if you only have a microwave. Here's how you make it with a conventional oven, and here's how you make it with a toaster oven. That was the kind of thing that I was learning, because at the time we were even more strapped for cash, and that was a requirement to get food at this particular place. Was you had to go through their do their
Little thingy things.
their cooking classes, or you had to do some classes with them to try and raise yourself up out of poverty.
So
it
was basically a way for a bunch of people to patronize you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
That stuff is
what
right
it sounds
here.
like to me. I mean,
Oh yeah, like that is standard issue. Oh, you need help, therefore that means you're stupid and you need to learn things. Like, never mind if you're, 45 and been cooking your entire fucking life and you already know all the recipes that they're teaching you, but hey, you get to cook and you get to talk to a bunch of people who also want to cook, and who fucking cares? That sort of thing. That was we had one lady who was 50 years old, somewhere between 40 and 50, and she knew how to cook literally everything we were cooking, and she was over there like giving us tips and tricks on things like how to peel garlic easily, and how to she
they
was
held
doing
her
a lot of.
hostage. Sounds like they held her hostage.
I mean, they kind of. I mean, that is a very accurate description of how these sorts of means testing and helping you to get back on your feet things tend to be. Is you end up kind of held hostage, because sure, I took the cooking class because I wanted to see if they had any tips or tricks, and I wanted to learn things, and I figured cooking was the thing that I was least likely to roll my eyes at, because at worst, here I am, I'm going to cook. Cool. But like, there's a whole bunch of stuff, like when Hubs was having to be on unemployment, they were putting him through these unemployment classes, these re-education things, and sure, some people fucking needed this stuff. They didn't know what the hell was going on. They didn't know, they didn't know how to write a resume. They didn't know all of these things. And here's my husband, who is simply
Absolutely
going
knows.
through,
Yeah.
who's simply going through a situation where he doesn't have any current job opportunities, and is waiting on his next job opportunity because he has one lined up, but he's having to wait for it.
Mhm.
And it
They're
was
just being
very
assholes,
infuriating.
really.
You know what? Okay, so if you want to hear about how assholish this was, you want to know one of the groups of people who had to do this shit?
What?
One of the groups of people who had to do this were construction workers who were currently laid off because it's winter in Iowa.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can't do road construction in winter in Iowa. What are you gonna fucking do? Scrape away the ice? Good luck.
Messed
Wow.
up.
It's like you don't. It's like fucking shit. And these people were specifically originally previously excluded because they were with companies that specifically paid in to be able to deal with the seasonal nature of their work by putting their people on unemployment and having the government dole out these taxes that they specifically paid in to their employees. So it was like work insurance, essentially. Okay, well, we don't know when you're going to not be able to work because we don't know when the first snow is going to happen. We don't know when the first thaw is going to happen. So go on unemployment. You are underemployed as opposed to unemployed. And these people who literally, they have a fucking job. Not only do they have a job, but they have a pretty fucking good paying job that they definitely don't want to get out of. They just can't do the work right now. And they only got 3 fucking weeks of unemployment before they had to start looking for a new goddamn job.
What the hell?
Now, why the fuck would the county, would the state want them finding different jobs? Because if
I don't understand why would they want people that are willing and able. Okay, I get it. Like you said, some people are not able. Some people needed desperately this help. But people that are willing, able, capable, not be out there getting a job. Why would they be stopping them from this? It makes no sense.
Well, the thing is with construction, you don't actually want your construction
not
workers.
specific construction.
Yeah.
But like your husband, right? Like, just an example. Why would they? What would that happen? I just don't understand.
They weren't stopping him from getting a job. They were demanding that he get a job when he had a job lined up, and they were trying to force him to find a different job while he's waiting for his next job to start.
Oh.
So that's the point. Like, he's guaranteed work at this other job. He just can't start it yet. And while he can't start it,
why?
Yeah, I know.
That's
because
that's what I mean.
Work.
Why would they stop someone that's willing?
No. It's the company. The company
Seasonal.
literally just couldn't open up the position for him yet. It wasn't available for them. The government's not stopping anything. The company just wasn't ready to have him on board yet.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's the point,
And-
because the company is not yet ready to have him on board, because they want him on board when they need him, but they don't need him right then was the issue. They couldn't get him on payroll right then, right that minute.
Okay.
So while waiting for that to happen, well, sometimes your funds are going to get kind of tight, and sometimes you might need a little assistance. But that's the problem. The assistive programs are sitting here like, okay, well, you're unemployed, so you need to get a job like right now. But I have a job that's waiting. I just can't start it yet for like another 2 months or something.
And I
Okay,
still
but
need to eat.
yeah,
For now.
but they're
Yeah.
like, no, you need to get a job like right fucking now. And it's like, I have a job that I'm going to get. And so the problem becomes
Yeah.
them
I
trying to,
understand.
yeah. And so
Yeah.
the real issue with them insisting that someone operate in that way is that it fucks up their resume. Because on your resume, every company that you go to try to apply for and work for is going to say, oh, what's your work history? And so if they see you constantly starting and stopping jobs with like very little time in between, it makes it seem like you're an unreliable employee. So
It seems like you're a job hopper.
yeah. And while his current job that's waiting for him wants him there, while they maybe wouldn't care, down the line maybe when he's not working for that company anymore, sure he intends to stay there, but you never know what thing's going to happen. That's going to come back to bite you, kind of thing. So you don't want to be seen as a job hopper when you're like trying to get on with brand new companies or whatever. And it's just kind of, that's the part that's actually bullshit about it, is that a government agency is basically trying to set you up to fail for future endeavors.
Yeah.
Well, and then the other thing that was really getting to me was this obviously didn't have anything to do with my husband because he's not a construction worker, but they were trying to essentially shortchange themselves on construction workers because they removed this seasonal employee benefit that allows people who build your fucking roads to build your fucking roads. Like,
It just sounds like such a stupid way to.
it is
be.
incredibly stupid.
fucking
It's
is.
incredibly stupid.
Absolutely.
I could not agree more that it is a dumb way to be because that's the thing. It makes no sense. These people have a job. It is a seasonal job. It is a job that we need them to be in. Because if we don't have them, then we don't have construction workers. And once again, Iowa. And so we have freezes and thaws, and then a freeze, and then a thaw, and then a freeze, and then 2 foot of snow, and then a thaw, and then we have a whole bunch of water on top of that thawing concrete. So we have construction season. It's not so much so that we have construction, we have an entire fucking season of construction where you have roads
You
everywhere.
need as
where they
many
have-
people as you can, right?
Absolutely. You need as many construction workers as you can possibly fucking get. And yet they're going to shoot themselves in the foot for something that they specifically need. They're going to, these companies have paid in specific taxes to allow people to use, they have specifically paid into the unemployment extra money so that their employees can get this stuff, so their employees can be their employees next season because they need these people next season. But they can't use these people right now. And so when money is flush, they pay in extra taxes, and then over the winter when they're not making any money, they don't pay any taxes. That's a sensible thing. That all of a sudden our fucking governor goes, nah, we're not doing that. Like, why? Why? Why would you do that? It's insane. It's stupid. It's colossally dumb. That is just several descriptors that all equal Kim Reynolds.
I
Just
don't know who Kim
impossibly
Reynolds
dumb.
is.
The senator
Yeah,
that
that's
changed
literally
this.
the. She's our governor, but yeah,
Or, sorry,
it's
governor.
the person who changed this, and it's just this colossally dumb policy that is setting our state up to fail. Like, everybody hates construction season. Let's make it longer. Like, that is effectively what she's doing. Is
Let's make it
everybody
longer.
hates this-
Inconvenience everybody.
Let's make everybody fucking pissed off and angry. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do this. I'll take 6. Like, what the fuck, bitch? Of course, she's also the person who refused to do a mask mandate. So we ended
Oh my
up,
god, why does that line have to be only almost perfect? What the fuck? I'm so mad.
So we never actually got a mask mandate, and it was problematic. We never none of our stuff ever closed down, and we had huge numbers of people in the hospital, and our hospital luckily was able to handle it, but we were rationing things like ventilators. And nope, we've got no problems whatsoever. That everything's fine. I won't close our state down because our state needs revenue. Bitch, it needs people to have revenue. She actually got the nickname COVID Kim.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Yeah,
That seemed to be well deserved, though.
Oh, it was very well deserved. It was extremely well deserved. But yeah, it's like this.
That like that for now.
I have a lot of feelings when it comes to whether or not social networks should exist, whether or not people should be forced to work when they're sick, whether or not, you know, there's a whole bunch of shit that's like, why would you want people who are ill working? Why would you want that? Because if you have people who are ill who are working, got some bad news for you. They're going to make other people ill, and then you're going to have more ill people, and then you're going to have fewer workers. So why wouldn't you want your workers to be well before they came home, before they came back to work? Why wouldn't you want that? Why is it that, and I have very, like, I have a very, very storied history of having fucking issues with pro-life movements, simply because 95% of the time you say to a pro-lifer, you know, okay, how do you want people to deal with these unwanted children? And they're like, well, adoption's always a thing. Okay, how many kids
Who's
have you
going to
adopted?
adopt them then?
Yeah, how many kids have you adopted? Well, not me. Why not? What makes you so great, Karen? Put your fucking money where your fucking mouth is. If you want people to have these kids, they need to have a place for those kids to go, especially if you're going to say that it's adoption is the option. There need to be people to adopt them.
And no one wants to adopt. So
Nobody wants to adopt. Everybody would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in money and funds into fertility treatments before they give up. But fucking hell.
Yeah.
You know, you can buy houses with that money. My uncle and aunt, they have 3 kids, two pregnancies, and they spent so much money fertility that they had to move in with my grandparents.
Wow.
And yet,
and
like,
so my immediate question,
you know, heavy stuff. They had to move in with my grandparents, and I think even
immediately went, why don't you want me?
even whilst she was going through treatments and pregnant with the twins at the second pregnancy with the twins. Oh, crikey, it's just too much. And this whole drama with them and my grandparents.
Well, and it's just so ridiculously incredible because, like, okay, you think that you think abortions are wrong. Don't have one. Okay? I mean, like, okay, cool. Don't have one. That's your choice. You get to choose that. Let me make my own choices. I did not have an abortion, but having the option to have an abortion allowed me to make the decision and realize that instead of panicking and having an abortion, or panicking and throwing myself down the stairs, which was a literal thing that I actually considered doing.
Throwing yourself down the stairs?
Throwing myself down a flight of stairs. Yes, I actually considered throwing myself down a flight of stairs.
Why?
Because I was
Yeah,
pregnant and I didn't want
natural
to be.
miscarriage. Because
Yeah.
it's something that used to be in like old timey soap operas. You know, I remember watching that in like this Argentinian soap opera when I was like 10. I was like, what?
Yeah. It doesn't matter that it
Because
probably
people,
wouldn't
when they're
fucking
ignorant
work.
and there's no knowledge, that's what they think. They think throwing themselves down the stairs is going to get rid of the problem.
Yeah. And so
There's
I
no education,
considered
right? There's no education.
I considered that, and I actually made an appointment because it just so happened that the state I was in, it was legal. And I put it off and put it off and put it off because I didn't want an abortion. I thought I had to have an abortion because I thought that it was going to destroy my life. And talking to the abortion clinic allowed me to decide that, hey, I really genuinely, like, I sincerely don't want this. And had I
think that's
not had
something-
that conversation,
Go ahead.
had I not had that conversation with that person who was like, you know, trying to reassure me, and I realized I didn't want reassurance. I wanted to be told it was okay to keep the baby, not okay to get rid of the baby. And that was pretty much like one of those things where, you know, like how you know which answer you want when you have the coin in the air.
Yeah.
It was like that. And I ended up keeping the baby, and I'm ridiculously happy that I did, but having the option meant that I didn't do something fucking stupid and possibly get myself fucking
They got
killed.
desperate, right? It's the desperation in being hopeless that is really dangerous.
Yeah,
Because people,
it really
even
is.
when they have options, tend to be stupid. You know.
Yeah.
So
Panicky.
even with the options, so it's that desperation that is really truly lethal in some cases.
Yeah, and not having the information, not having the support, and not actually like knowing what it was that my options really truly were, made me very desperate, made me very upset, and it was so bad. And then once I decided that I was going to keep the baby, I was ridiculously happy. But yeah, it's not like
It could have been too late.
Yeah, I mean,
It could have been too late.
Those terrible, self-destructive, dangerous thoughts weren't constantly spinning around in my head. Because they absolutely were. I was trying to figure out how I could naturally miscarry. And that's some dangerous fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
if
mean,
it had,
I
Yeah,
know
go
my
ahead.
mother-in-law, for example, after she had my husband, right? She practically poisoned herself to abort a baby. She literally poisoned herself because she just didn't know how else she could do it.
Yeah. Desperation is dangerous.
Luckily,
And-
at home, it's completely valid. It's, you know, to have an abortion. I was raised, you know, I had this discussion with Shay because, like, I was just completely baffled as to why is this even a discussion if a
Why
woman
is it a
needs it
question?
for her health, you know, if it's like in the laws, you know, if a pregnant woman is in a car accident and having that baby is a risk to her health, they will abort.
Yeah.
You know? Like, that's without question. That's just how it is.
Yeah. Well, and the problem here is that it's not actually, it was never about babies. It was never, ever about whether or not it's 100% about control. Because there's no reason on God's green earth, if the idea is to protect life, the life of the mother is a fully formed human being.
Yep.
A fetus, despite how much you may want the baby, despite how much you may really feel that you should have the baby, is not a fully realized human being. Until they're born, God could take them at any moment.
Technically, babies are parasites.
I mean, you know.
You're not wrong. That is
What did
absolutely
babies are
they're
what?
parasites.
She said technically
They're
babies are
parasites.
parasites.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they are something that literally cannot, until they are something that can live outside of the mother's body. They're not. You can't count them as a person. And if you're
Not
going to count them as a
not
person,
above the life and will of the host. You
right?
know?
But the
It's like,
thing
no,
is
no,
like if
no.
you're going to say that they're a full ass fucking human being, okay, let's play this game. They're a full ass human being. Welfare starts at conception. Back pay it.
Mm-hmm.
Child support starts at
Yep.
conception. Back pay it.
Mm-hmm.
Pregnant woman gets in a car wreck. If the other person, if they miscarry after the car wreck, the person who hit them, murder.
Yep.
And if let's play this, okay. Congratulations, you and your penis need to make sure that you don't make any babies because you're going to pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's if men were held accountable for conception, right?
Yeah.
This wouldn't even be an issue.
This wouldn't even be an issue. No.
This wouldn't be an issue. But no way. I mean, no way.
Not even a chance.
No.
Well, I mean, and that's just seen in the one time, like the very few times when it's ever discussed about, you know, like for example, the vasectomies in like late teenager years or whatever that can be undone, and it's like everyone gets all in an uproar about it, and it's like, well, it makes me uncomfortable. It takes away my bodily autonomy or whatever the fuck that they're saying. It's like, yeah,
deal with it.
yeah, it does, doesn't it?
That's kind of the point, isn't it?
Feels kind of a certain way, doesn't it? You know, so
feels kind of bad, don't it? Kind of makes you like not happy and makes you feel vulnerable and upset,
doesn't it? It's a bit cringy.
Yeah. I wonder why.
Gee.
Who would have thought?
Oh my
Who'd have
goodness.
fucking thunk? Like I was actually hoping
What a mystery.
that I was actually hoping that there would be an option by the time my boys were the ages that they are now, that there would be an option for parents to give temporary vasectomies to their kids, and there's not.
I did hear that there was advancement in a contraceptive pill for men, but the truth is, right? If you can't even trust them to properly wear a condom every time, do you really trust them to take the pill?
No.
I mean, obviously not.
Reliable.
That's the reason. That's specifically the reason. Like my eldest is specifically the reason. I was scared to death that he was going to come home and have some girl pregnant. I didn't realize that he was going to sabotage that himself.
Okay,
bless
but
him,
that's
I love
funny.
that child, but he definitely sabotaged that particular thing himself.
It's okay. You don't have to tell us details, but
I've talked to him about the whole business. It's just one of those things where it's like, okay,
well, good thing I didn't have to worry.
18. You made it to 18 without ever getting an actual girlfriend. Cool.
Does he have a whispery mustache? Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
That was a good one.
I mean, he is in fact a he does have to shave, but only because he doesn't want to have the whispery mustache.
Oh my god.
It's filling in. But he's 18 and it's definitely not filled in like his dad. Let's put it that way.
It's getting there.
He's getting there. He got a little way to go. But he's getting there.
Sorry. Don't die.
Oh,
the poor creature's got my sparse body hair, so So they're looking like they're going half.
Whispery.
Less
Half
than
baked.
full mustache. They're gonna have half baked. That's it. That's a good. But yeah, it's like I was, because he has a touch of the tism. I was very worried that he was not going to have the self-control to, if
Tism.
some girl came up to him and said, "Hey,
Touch of the
you
tism.
want to have sex?" Yeah, touch of the tism. If some girl came up to him and said, "Hey, you want to have some sex?" He'd been like, "Okay."
What?
What? And I mean, I don't even know if I can fucking blame him for that. Because if somebody came up, ready to ride, I mean, goodness, I can't really say that I was no nun. Let's put it that way. I only had one partner, but that's because I found a good one right away, and I was like, latching onto this.
Before I make some other mistake.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to.
I
This
better
is
make this one mistake
is
my
where
whole
my-
life now.
There you go. He would agree with that
I did.
wholeheartedly.
I definitely don't feel like it was a mistake. Trust me on that
No,
one.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I know you're giving me a hard time. That's fine. But yeah, it's like I pretty much went, yes, that one. I want that one. And I mean, I rode that pony all the way till now, but but yeah, like I was. Let me tell you, I was a gremlin.
Shay and I both of us are like actual giggling.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, it's like I once I got a hold of something that I wanted, I put my legs around it, I held on. I was a little
So you had
gremlin
kids.
creature. And I just so happened to luck out and grab on to the one that I wanted to keep and decided to keep it and kept it.
Oh my god.
But yeah, it's like that is I recognize that I am in the minority.
Well, you and me.
Yeah. Well, it's like, well, I know 3 people,
Including Donna?
me and yeah, Donna. I mean, I know 3 people who are like that. You, Donna, myself, and a lady who lives nearby me. She's been with her husband
Tiffany.
since they were in high school.
Oh, Tiffany's like that
forgot
too?
that
Yeah.
Tiff had been with him since high school.
Yeah.
So that makes 4. Out of the plethora of people that I know 4 people who've been with their SO constant their whole life.
Technically,
So it
my sister-in-law has been with my brother-in-law. I think they had like a break, which I don't know what happened in that break for like a couple of months. But according to her, she's never had anybody else other than him. They met when in uni, like she would have been like 18, 19.
yeah. But yeah, it's like that is the
Yeah, definitely in
exception, not the
minority.
rule.
Definitely in the minority.
Yeah, definitely in the minority. And I recognize that there is always the possibility, especially with a creature like my son, where if
With the
somebody
touch
came up and
of the
said,
tism.
with a touch of the tisms and
It took me a couple of seconds to get what you mean, you know that? That's why I had such a delayed reaction. I was like, tism? Like, oh, wow. It did not clock in right away. Not at all.
It was something that I was genuinely worried about with him because I didn't know, because when I first realized that was going to be a problem.
Such a Griselda, Lynn.
Well, I was worried, okay? I was genuinely worried. There was good reason to be worried because he had no...
Oh, yeah.
This child is a child with no self-restraint.
Oh, dear.
Bless him, he's got no fucking restraint. I love him dearly, but if he sees a thing he wants, and he thinks he can have, He done has.
He will has.
Done has.
He done has. And that
But
can
he
cause some
didn't.
fucking
He didn't
conflict.
has. He didn't has.
He didn't has because I don't know that he actually got an option to have.
Oh no! Have you ever seen that episode of Family Guy where Lois or maybe Peter goes to Chris's room and they're like, "Have you seen this?" under the blanket.
Oh.
Oh,
Have you seen this?
The third leg situation.
Yeah, the third
Well,
leg.
he's
Yeah,
asleep.
yeah,
It's
that's
such a fucked up episode as well.
It really was, though.
oh yeah, that is a
That's
very fucked
on
up
par for the
episode.
course of Family Guy, though.
And he got
Well,
like,
and-
penis envy, to his son. It's just so fucked up.
Dumbass.
It's so messed up.
I mean, Hubs doesn't have envy, but the kid takes after him.
Well, I feel like this conversation is just getting more and more diluted. Like, am I imagining this? Is this in my head? I'm starting to lose track of what we were talking about.
Well, let Lynn finish your thought, though. What are you trying to say, Lynn?
But I would have loved to have had the option to make that not a worry. I would have loved to.
That's what it was. The
parent,
vasectomies. The childhood. Not childhood. Sorry, but the teenage vasectomies.
I would have loved to have been able to make that not a worry, especially because I didn't when he was young. I didn't know how he was going to grow into himself. I didn't know whether or not he was going to gain an understanding of the world around him, or if he was going to become more disconnected. And luckily, he gained greater understanding of the world around him, and wasn't really given a whole bunch of opportunities, but he didn't end up being the man whore that I had feared that he would become. So like when he was little, like that was something that I was genuinely hopeful for, that by the time that they'd either have a pill or they'd have a process
this is
that
like
go through.
That hope is akin to Back to the Future, where we thought by 2013 we'd have flying cars. Okay, like, do you let's be honest here.
Yeah, no, I recognize that was not going to happen.
That was
now.
not good, and this is going to happen in the next 50 years. It's not going to happen in the next 100, because you know why? Because the people in power don't want that to happen. They want teen pregnancies and all this crap. They want it. That's part of their
with how long
control.
we spent.
Because adults now are having less children. When they're grown up, they know having loads of fucking kids is terrible and stupid to do. It's only the younger people that get pregnant in their teens that are having more than 2-3 kids. You know? It's only those that are having women in their like mid-20s and above will not have more than 2-3 kids. There's no way. There's no way.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because so the teen pregnancies works for them. It's more people to perpetuate the cycle of poverty, rather than raise up the bar a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, God forbid we make people's lives better. I mean,
God forbid we'll be enlightened. God forbid the people will be happy. God forbid, that people will actually, not head in the way of the idiocracy, right?
Right.
And
God forbid we don't learn from our mistakes or the past or anything else for that matter. Like,
God forbid. God forbid.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're all kind of on the same fucking page on it. It's just really infuriating to have to kind of live through this slow descent into the idiocracy, and
it really is. That's what I'm like, seeing here. It really is idiocracy happening as we speak, and which is absurd. How long ago was Idiocracy even filmed? Like 20 years ago? They got spot on,
Yeah,
man.
it was like
They got
2000s.
spot on.
Well, and the thing that gets to me is Idiocracy is now starting to look hopeful because
At least they're learning
Camacho
again.
recognized that he was doing something that wasn't working, and he
Yeah.
recognized that somebody else was smarter than him and put them in charge.
Yeah.
It's starting to look hopeful. And if that isn't the most disgusting thing that
They're
I've ever
learning
thought of,
again.
I don't know.
Oh man. Oh man. Oof.
So yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing
I
that
wasn't
frustrates
sure.
me.
You know, in Idiocracy, well, it didn't show what it was like everywhere else. It only showed the States.
Yeah.
Wonder. Yeah, well, that's also, a very stereotypical thing of the self-absorbed, right?
Yeah.
Ugh.
They made some comments about some other parts of the Americas, not necessarily United States, but I think they made a comment about Canada and about South America, and they
They
were
probably lost the ability to operate a plane, or,
well, the thing
and
is you
maintain
kind of get the
connect.
feeling as
Yeah.
you're watching the movie that it is actually like the whole of the Americas is like this, because at one point in time they referenced South America as like South Diet Coke or something like that.
Didn't he wake up in a Tesco or something? Not Tesco, Costco.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It was like whatever. It was like a whole city.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and one of the things that I've frequently complained about is the fact that for certain, we've got like people will be like, we can't just go around shooting innocent people. Literally, you don't shoot guilty people. You could catch them in the act, and until they have been tried according to our legal system, they're not guilty because they haven't been tried. So there are situations in which murder is justified, and therefore somebody who's actively killing someone, they are still innocent. We do not live in Judge Dredd's Mega City 1. We live in America. We do not live in a mega block. This is not a Judge Dredd comic. The police are not judges. They are not judge, jury, and executioner. They do not get to arbitrate justice. That is not the system we live in. So, cops aren't supposed to shoot anyone. They aren't supposed to shoot guilty people. They aren't supposed to shoot innocent people. And, by a technicality of law, even if you catch somebody in the act, that is still an innocent person until they've been tried by a jury of their peers. So, fucking stop it.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of those things that I get super duper heated about. Obviously, I get heated about a bunch of stuff. As we have discovered.
I mean, as they say, you can't swing a dead cat around without hitting something that you get triggered by. But you're not wrong, and it's not a bad thing to feel passionate about things. Yeah. It's not a bad thing to, feel that raw injustice and want to act against it and fight against it. In fact, if more people felt this strongly, this world would probably be in a much better place and state than it is.
I mean, yeah. I one of my only regrets from my younger years is that I didn't care about this stuff. I just listened to talking points.
You probably cared about what was relevant to you in specific, because that's how young people work.
Well, I mean, the thing is I didn't know any better. I just listened to the talking points that I heard, and made my opinions from there, didn't do any voting, didn't do any activism, and I rather regret not having been better informed as a child, as a youth, as a teen, as a 20-year-old. I didn't actually register to vote until I was like late 30s, mid to late 30s.
Okay,
And
but it's like you
I
said,
regret
you know, it's never too late. At least, even if it's later, later rather than sooner, if the change happens eventually, you know, there's still hope. Like like you
Yeah.
said with idiocracy, you know, even if it's well past the point where it's you think that's it, that's the end, slow descent into like the nincompoops and cavemen.
Sorry.
Well.
You said slow descent, and I said madness.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but I wasn't quite right. So I was like into nincompoops and cavemen.
Nincompoop. Sorry.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's hilarious. That's how they sell it. You know, they sell it under the guise of being funny, but then as you actually look around you, you're like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
This is the world we're living in.
There is definitely an oh shit moment when it comes to idiocracy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, look at his white face.
It is a lot less funny than it used to be. It used to be really hilarious, and now it is kind of sad. And
it's like, oh no. Back when you were like, there's no way people are actually gonna do this. It's like, oh wait.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely are.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I am going to go ahead and end stream. At least one of you really needs to go to bed. And...
Not me.
Another one needs to be eating soon.
And I am probably going to be needed here very shortly anyway, so... But I got Bump's lines done, so...
Woohoo!
I could make 4 more.
He looks illegally attractive, which I don't think that's, you know, acceptable. I think you did really bad. You should be ashamed.
He's unacceptable.
Be embarrassed.
That is an unacceptably attraptive bump. I'm sorry. I am entirely too drawn to that space underneath his belly button.
Feel shamed. Like,
hey, look, Freewin over here.
To be anything like this.
Isn't he just adorable?
Freeman is also illegally small, so this entire picture is just illegal.
The whole thing is illegal.
Turbo illegal. It's the most illegal.
The illegalist.
Yeah, that is the illegalist.
In case anyone is wondering what he's holding, it's hair oil. Not that he needs it for growth or anything, but he does try to keep his hair nice. I mean, he's got a lot of it, so he tries to keep it nice.
That was one of the biggest, like, plot twists.
I know, right?
like this hair is coming out. Whoa!
Like, to his fucking mid-calf. Like, what the hell?
Oh, fuck, Bump. That's illegal.
No one
That's illegal, Bump.
That. No one.
Absolutely not. Like, he's even got, like, a significant portion of it in this humongous fucking clip here, and it's still not enough clip.
That makes me think of the Dagda one in the
oh yeah. Yeah. Daikun.
Yeah, why is there so much hair though? That's like 4 times the amount of normal hair.
Dagda
and why is that
or
one
Bump?
section? Like he did it so artfully, considering he can't fucking see.
No, he didn't do it. He has assistants who do it.
Does he? Oh my god.
That's the point.
The implication of that is just too much.
Okay, so here's the thing. It didn't used to be that long, right? It started getting longer because he just wouldn't cut it. And it's his daughters. It was I suddenly forget their names.
Hair?
It was Dawn and Marianne.
Hair.
No. Their hair his hair was getting too long, and they didn't like it that he wasn't taking care of it. So it was either cut it off or we're going to make sure it's taken care of. And so they're the ones who got the servants put up to it to better like manage his hair. So that's
Okay,
why.
but let's rewind that to servants.
Okay.
The fuck's going on with that?
We are
What,
still talking about
servant?
Daikun, right? Like the king who has servants.
Oh. Yeah, no, I know his story.
Okay.
But we're talking about Bump.
You brought him. You brought Daikun up, so I was stuck on him.
No, I said it looks like it. And then you started going on about how Bump has servants doing his hair.
It's not at all what I was going. I'm sorry.
It.
You brought Daikun up, and I was stuck on Daikun at that point.
Okay.
I didn't realize you were
Very
just saying, "Hey,
confused.
it looks like Daikun's hair," and then that's where my brain stayed. But you moved continuously onto Bump. No, he basically just grabbed it and sort of twisted it and folded it in on itself, and then put that big old clip on it. That's a clip.
Yeah, but that's like very organized.
Yeah, I mean, when you have long hair like that for years and years and years, you figure out how to organize it, unless you're me.
So, he's blind.
Huh?
But he is blind. Legally blind. He cannot see.
That
Have
doesn't mean you
seen
can't
any of the
twist your
sport-
hair
any
into
of
a
the-
knot, babe. Like, all you gotta do is
have you
grab it
ever
and
seen-
twist.
Wait, have you ever seen
Besides,
those challenges blind people put themselves through? Of like, oh, I'm gonna do my own hair today. Have you seen the
okay,
wreck
but we're not
they
talking
do?
about people who literally can't see anything. Bump just has a cataract. He
No,
can
no,
still
it's-
see. He may be legally blind, but he's not black vision or anything. He can still see, just not very well far away. He can see the room and people and stuff. He can see what he's doing with his hands. You know he can see because you see the way he interacts with Ida in the episode. He can see her, like he can
Yeah.
see the kids. It's probably just the further away it is, the cloudier it is, the harder it is to make out.
Yeah.
It's a cataract, not actual like not working eye, babe.
Yeah, but I mean,
like if he
yeah,
was
but-
literally that he quite honestly like couldn't see shit, then yeah, he would probably have a live-in helper. Okay, like either that or Freewin's going like working overtime. You know what I'm saying?
blind as the bat. Like,
That's funny though.
bumping into shit. That's what he's called, Bump.
Okay. That would be funny though. What did you say, Farrell?
The easy answer for why his hair is so neat, his wife did it.
There you go. His wife did it.
What would that be?
It depends on which AU or reality we're in. No comment right now.
I'm not up to date with any of those. No idea what's like.
That's why we had
comment,
that
what's not.
confusion with the fucking high school AU.
Yeah, I mean, no clue.
Yeah, my brain totally didn't catch what you meant there. But that's okay, we're fixing that. But anyway, yes, the line work is done. I will share it with the world and break people furthermore. And so on and so forth.
Good luck.
Thank you. I might need it. I need to respond to that one anon. It's funny. Okay, so the picture is basically done, right? There's only like one thing. There's literally only one thing that is like a thorn in my brain right now. And it's this fucking drawer right here because I feel like there's supposed to be more in this drawer aside from just fucking washcloths. And I'm just like, I can't figure out what to put in there.
Just put the
More
top bit,
bathrock.
the lid of like jars or some shit. You know?
Yeah, I could do that.
Put more bath rocks for Fewin.
Oh yeah, that's where his main collection of bath rocks is. He's just got his favorite ones right here. Did you hear about that, Donna? Okay,
You know
so
what would be fun if you had like duckies.
well, see, that's what the
Yeah.
bath rocks are for. It's Freewin collects rocks. They're his bath rocks. They play with them in the water.
It's a little goblin.
Exactly. That's it. These are his little bath rocks. They just haven't, they're not playing with them yet. But those are his little bath rocks. And then, even cuter. Okay, so Bump. I refuse to believe that Bump's nails are just like dankly colored for no reason. I'm pretty sure that he lacquers them. I think lacquering your nails is a thing that happens on the aisles. And so, well, obviously it is. You see people doing that, right? So whatever reason he chose that color, right? So he's got nail polish bottles, right? So hold on, I put my pen away. So here's here's Bump's actual polish, right? This is like a strengthener, and here's Freewin's nail polish. Which is, because of course Freewin wants to have nail polish for his little clawsies, you know? Of course he does. And it's fucking wood stain. But whatever, it's Freewin's nail polish. And at some point we're gonna get a picture of Bump painting Freewin's little claws, because fuck yeah, that's why. Freewin's gotta be like his daddy.
Freewin.
Freewin, yep. Freewin. I'm pretty sure that's how Bump says it in the episode. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen it. I'll have to go back and watch. I could have sworn he said it like that, but
I don't know.
We'll find out.
I'm not doubting it. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Well, because only because I know he said it, and that's what I remember, but I could be wrong. I'll have to go back and listen again. But yeah. Done for now.
You better be going. I don't want to keep you. Feel bad keeping you here.
No.
It's been a while.
Well, I mean, I haven't been called, so it's probably not like a big hurry, but yeah, you really do need to go to sleep. You should do the
I had a really bad sleep because the dog shat in the kids' room, so she came to me at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, okay, come to bed. And then it got really hot in the bed, so I ended up getting out of the bed and sleeping on top at the foot of the bed like a dog.
Oh my God.
know? Because I was too hot to get in to stay inside the bed.
Gosh darn it.
It was just really, really hot.
Fuck's sake.
I was like, where am I supposed to go?
Okay, well, then you need to go to sleep. And I need to go see if I am needed, and so on and so forth. We all got stuff, so we gotta go do. So let's go do the thing.
Yes.
Who else is here? Oh, lost Lynn. Her headphones probably died. Oh man, that sucks. Sorry, I was just looking at what Katie was saying. Slow night at work. That's gotta suck. But anyway. Yeah. Ending stream.
Yeah.
Here at some point. Thank you for everybody who lurked around. I hope you had fun, whether it be watching or listening or both. Thank you, and see you on Friday.